Are we ready? All right. At 6:01 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School Board is called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Laura Blakely.
Ellen Wheeler.
Chris Chang.
Laura Berman.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. We'll now move on to item 1C, the approval of the agenda. Are there any questions or comments from trustees regarding the agenda or updates from staff?
Yep, staff would like to move off of consent agenda the
5G.
P.
5G.
Yep, and we want to turn that into 8N.
All right. Are there any questions or a motion from trustees? Oh, actually, let me take public comment on our agenda first. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the agenda for this evening's meeting, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no comments at this time, are there further comments from trustees or a motion?
I move that we approve the agenda with the removal of item 5G from consent, move it to 8N, review and action.
That's fine. President Conley, I'm going to pull an item from the consent agenda at that time.
Okay, so when we get to consent, thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Is there a second?
Berman.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board unanimously approved the revised agenda as discussed. We will now move on to item 2, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Now is the time for members of the public who would like to address the board regarding closed session agenda items. Tonight's closed session has multiple items. If you would like to address the board, please use the raised hand function in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. I will wait to see how many speakers we have and allocate time accordingly. We appear to have 1 speaker, so we will allocate 3 minutes. I believe this is Mr. Nelson. We're going to get a timer up for you, Mr. Nelson, and I'll let you know when you can press *6 to unmute yourself. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may press *6 to unmute yourself on your phone.
I guess I'm unmuted. Yes, this is about part A, the potential litigation. I hope this is about my cease and desist letter about the Brown Act, item 8M. At the start of your meeting, I sent that letter to the 4 trustees who were not emailed it before. I hope you concentrate on the second page, the explicit examples of problems, and thank you for trying to be less opaque a government, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We will now adjourn to closed session at 6:06 p.m. All right, at 7:38 p.m., we will reconvene the open session of our board meeting. No action was taken in closed session. We will now move on to item 5, the consent agenda. Are there questions or comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda? Trustee Wheeler.
So I would like to pull one item from contracts, and I think it would be the easiest to just pull the entirety of contracts and then, take action later, or if you want me to identify the specific item and just pull that specific item from contracts.
Can we just pull the specific item, Trustee Wheeler?
Okay, so it's item 8.
All right, and then I saw Trustee Chang also had a comment. Oh, you're muted. Trustee Chang cannot unmute. Could we please make it? It says you're a co-host. There you go.
Thank you. It was just resolved. Thank you. Also in contracts, there's a pull for discussion, the Context Smart contract, which is number 10.
Okay. So we will pull item 8 and number 10 for discussion. If there are no further questions, we will take public comment on the consent agenda. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no comments, is there a motion from trustees?
I move we approve the consent agenda with contract items 8 and 10 removed.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the trustees voted unanimously to approve the consent agenda with contract items 8 and 10 removed. So let's start with item 8. Trustee Wheeler.
Okay, so I had submitted a question to, the board questions and asked Superintendent Rudolph to answer my question in public. So the question was, I don't know if I need to read the whole thing. Why is this coaching only being offered for female leaders? Is there going to be coaching offered to our male leaders? And noting that we have talented male principals and administrators. And then I also said, I'll also comment that my reading of the contract being offered does not mention gender-based leadership coaching. So this is puzzling. And I also commented, I wanted to say that this troubles me to see gender-based coaching and leadership offered.
So, as I put in the response, but I just want to be intentional about sort of where we are. A lot of our coaches, principal coaches, and in fact, the profession, the administrative profession is dominated by men. And so often the coaches, not by intention, but, sort of accidentally, most of the coaches that we actually have are men coaching women. And at the request of several of our senior leaders, there was a request for women coaching, just because some of the conversations that we have, some of the feedback that I give is really out the lens of a Black man or as a male in the profession and not as a female. And then as COVID hit, what we also noticed is that we saw more women leaving the workforce and more women being forced to have conversations around, sort of family dynamics. And so I felt it was important to sort of have coaching that's outside of the district for our women leaders so that they can address issues that, not only about how they show up, but also about just other dynamics that sort of occur that they want to talk through. It has been well received by the individuals who have done it. It has also helped us with a couple of some of our rising stars who are in central office who have gotten a couple offers to leave. And so we want to expand it. At the same time, we also are looking for coaches for our men. That's a little bit different than, the male coaches that I may have for cabinet levels individuals, but people who can also speak to men and do principalship. And so it's really just trying to continue to provide professional development to all of our employees and really give them a safe, and, one of the things I think I start to appreciate about this is that they have a cohort base, but they also speak individually on a weekly basis. They have the ability to talk about issues that are really outside of my purview. And I know several times a couple of the individuals have come back and said, I was talking with my coach and I want to bring this particular topic up, which to me says that they're getting a lot of impact out of it. And so that's why we have this one. We had started it already. It was approved earlier this year for a smaller pilot, but we want to continue it and add more people. And then in August, when I find some coaching for the male principals, I will also bring that on board.
So Trustee Chang, I'd like to continue with my comments here. So I want to say this troubles me a whole lot. I've been thinking about it a lot for the last couple of days, and I'm very disturbed by it. I find it highly ironic that 2 weeks after we seriously discuss naming a school after Ruth Bader Ginsburg, whose large contribution to the field of law is gender neutral laws. And this seems like the opposite of a gender neutral application. I'll also say that when I was in law school, I was in a leadership class where we had a hypothetical where it was, if you were a partner in the law firm and a potential client came in and said, I'm interested in working with your law firm, but I only want to work with a male. What would you say? Would you say, I'm not interested in you as a client? Or would you say, we've got wonderful females who can take this job? That's the same way I feel about this. I understand, people feeling like, they could feel more compatible with someone who is more like them. But I think it's absolutely wrong to set a precedent and have a practice of gender-based coaching. So females for females, males for males. I think this is absolutely wrong.
I would just say, I know for a fact, and I can speak to me, right, as a Black man, there are times when there are conversations that I need to have with other Black male superintendents. That is very unique. These coaching relationships it's by choice, right? No one is forced to have coaching that they don't want to have. And this was requested by them, right? So it's not like I'm saying the only coaches you have will be this. Some of our male coaches have been coached by female principals or retired superintendents. Some of them have been coached to the opposite sex, some of them by, different races and everything else. This one was more specific there was a request that came up and I wanted to honor the particular request. It's not so much that I'm saying every female must go to this particular group or every male must go to this particular group. But I do think it is important that, if people do not feel comfortable with the coaching that they're receiving, that they have an opportunity to select to go to somebody that they do feel comfortable with. And up until this point, I was unconsciously aware that these coaches are little boutique firms, so it's like one person who's doing coaching, a retired superintendent. And so I just wasn't aware that when I asked Manny to do coaching, or if I asked Pete to do coaching, or if I asked, Maurice to do coaching, that I'm just calling on guys that I know. And so it came up like, it would be nice if I could talk to a woman. And so that's actually how it started. And it just has been so popular that we wanted to increase the option. So that's really what it was. It's not the intent to assign, every single woman to a woman coach and say, you must only be coached by women, nor is it the intent to assign it this way. But just naturally, me being transparent, the people that I know who do coaching are all men, and they all come from different walks of life. And, I was unaware until somebody put it in front of me that it's hard to ask a man how to address this as a woman because they don't walk in my shoes. And so that's really the intent. But I completely understand where you're coming from. And I just want to clarify, we're not specifically assigning people based off that, but if it's what they choose, we now have the outlet to do that.
Trustee Chang and then Trustee Berman.
Thank you. With the deepest respect to Trustee Wheeler, I see this a little differently in the sense that I believe that all our principals all our administrators are getting coaching, but we have, I really welcome, and I hope we actually see more additional help when it comes to underrepresented groups. So I just pulled it up right now. Nationwide, 76% of administrators are men, and 80% of administrators are white. And I think that any underrepresented group, if we can get extra coaching, I think in addition providing all administrators coaching, I think it's good for us to find out how we can support underrepresented groups within leadership. Thank you.
Trustee Berman.
So just thank you, Trustee Wheeler, for bringing this up. And thank you, Trustee Chang. My thoughts went to when I was myself principal, whenever we would go into leadership forums and I saw other administrators, most of those administrators were men and most of those administrators were white. So I do have an appreciation for our women leaders in our district needing a type of support that maybe hasn't been given to them and our ability to address that. That being said, I wonder if, could there be a choice, right? So if we contract with these female, these coaches, would they be open to taking any administrator on as coachees?
Yeah, I know them. I know both of them. I mean, I've met them this year through the work that I've been doing, but I know that they would be willing to take it on. Again, the genesis of this started with someone just bringing into bringing to me like, hey, it would be just like the leadership books. Apparently I have an issue with that because I keep choosing sports and I keep choosing men. And so I was told like we need women leadership books to be included in our book studies also. So all of that was just stuff that has been made aware. But yes, I can definitely push back and say we would like you to do men. And I don't think they would have a problem with that whatsoever. It's a pretty good
choice, right? Just that it's not, only women, right? So that's conveyed that these coaches are able and capable of working with anybody, and at that point, it's a choice of which coach maybe one elects to work with.
Trustee Blakely. You're muted, Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Is there anything in the contract that refers to gender? I just was looking over again and I don't see any reference to that.
And that was part of my question, is that the description of this item is different than what the contract says.
A comment just related to that. I know that a lot of times in affinity groupings, no one is saying certain groups can't, and again, I can't speak to, maybe Andy can respond to this, but a lot of times it's not telling which groups can come to receive additional coaching or meet an affinity group. Often it's just, it's whoever wants to go to that group. And so perhaps it's of that nature. I don't know. I would very much, I would hope that's the case, that it's that we are not telling people, and I'm assuming it is, we're not saying that only certain people can receive the services, but that this service, somebody with a certain expertise is being offered. And if you'd like to come, anyone who would like to come can receive those services. I'm assuming that's the case, right? And so we're not really identifying people's gender. We're just saying, here's an expertise, someone who has expertise, right?
So for the second cohort of individuals, it's definitely open right now. The first cohort was intentionally women, And again, it was women who brought it to my attention that they would like a female coach. And then it was so well received that, you know, we said, okay, well, we can do a second cohort. And, you know, they said, yeah, we'll be more than willing to coach more women if you want. Our coach, I'm sure that, like I said, I'm certain they'll coach anyone. And so that's actually how it started. And that's actually what cued me to go look for anybody. It wasn't, and the individuals who were selected were individuals who wanted to be a superintendent and are working up and moving up within our district and wanted coaching about their specific work and felt like they needed a woman's perspective to help them understand. And that is cohort 1. Cohort 2 is a completely different group. And again, we can easily expand it to men if they so choose, and allow them to choose whichever way. It doesn't really make a difference to me. At the end of the day, I want people to feel comfortable getting coaching from someone that they feel like they can relate to. And I sort of view it, you know, oftentimes I view it as a therapist, right? The therapist you choose, regardless of what they look like, it has to be somebody you feel comfortable enough to speak with. And I think at times it is hard. You know, we assign coaches within the district, we assign coaches outside the district. At times, sometimes people do not have a choice. So if I send Jeff to go coach someone, you know, Jeff is coaching someone. If I send Swati to coach or Tara to coach, no one has a choice. But I think in this case, I want people to feel comfortable and have the opportunity to say, I'm struggling with this decision. I'm struggling with this particular thing. Help me out and help me with this perspective. The same way that I use Pete to have that conversation, who I'm comfortable with, and he's a white man. It doesn't bother me, but I feel very comfortable when I speak with Pete to get his guidance.
While I support the contract, I am sharing a bit of concern with, I'm supporting some concerns that Trustee Wheeler is bringing up about how we're speaking about this, in the sense that, you know, I think it's fine for us to say that we have a firm who's providing extra services, who here are their expertise. And if anyone wants to come get those extra expertise, please do. I have a concern if we are saying that we are guaranteeing any administrative employee that they can have services by somebody who we have identified as a woman, either way, both identifying our own employees as women or identifying these coaches as women. I actually agree with Trustee Wheeler that the law does not allow us to have people specify gender unless there's privacy or medical concerns. The law is really established on gender discrimination of that sort, kind of what relating what Trustee Wheeler is saying. But I think the contract's fine, but I think at this core 1, I would urge us not to be in the business of telling people you're going to have a woman coach, or here's a coach because you're a woman administrator, but here's a firm. And I think it's a fine firm. I urge our colleagues to support the ILO contract, but here's a firm, here's their expertise, and let them just decide the business of what their gender is and what their expertise of which they wish to. So I just put that comment out there.
So I will say that I think the description of the contract versus the contract, people are concerned about the description of the contract is what I'm hearing, versus the contract itself. But what Superintendent Rudolph has discussed around, if we can have a broader range of life experiences and skills and backgrounds in the coaching organizations that we work with and the coaching that we can provide for staff, and staff can select within the range that we're able to find. It's not just about gender, it's about life experience, lived experience, trying to find someone whose career track matches with the type you're trying to pursue and can really help you identify strengths, weaknesses, and next steps. I am all for that. I don't know if it's possible at this point to change the way it was described, Dr. Rudolph, and to approve the contract, or how would we approach that? Could we amend the description?
So I can commit to making sure. So I think, allowing cohort 1 to, if the contract gets approved, they specifically requested that. So allow them to continue on. And I can make sure moving forward, that, you know, and this is probably a good piece at the beginning of the year, we just put out all the coaches that we have and allow people to sort of select and choose based off of what they want. That's perfectly fine with me. Again, this was requested and I wanted to honor the actual request. Just like, you know, I'm looking at, you know, how do we help our Latino administrators and how do we promote more Latino administrators, which is definitely something that we've talked about. I think that just as we think about inclusivity, I want to make sure that all voices are being represented. And, you know, I know you all give me the opportunity and the freedom to sort of find people who can help guide me through that process. I think I can easily commit to making sure that every single principal has the opportunity to select from a menu of coaches. This group that started off again was a group that requested specifically, you know, them. And so, you know, and I can completely own, you know, saying it's gender-based and everything else, but it was, you know, my honest attempt of trying to honor the request of, I think it was 5 or 6 women who made it, and then saying like, oh, well, there's a need for other people. Not realizing in the moment that it could be a little bit offensive and that, you know, we should just open it up to everybody so they can choose who they feel comfortable with.
Dr. Sorry.
Well, I just had a point of clarification. When we have pulled a consent agenda item, do we then take public comment on the item again? Okay. So we will need to take public comment on this, but Trustee Chang first.
Dr. Rupp, the cohort 1, would you be comfortable going back to cohort 1 and saying that we can't promise you a woman coach, but we can promise you, if this contract's approved, you know, ILO coach? Because I do believe that it is illegal for us to promise them a coach based on gender. So I think Trustee Wheeler is correct on that, but I think it meets everyone's needs if we go back and say, if you like ILO to be your coach, can we do that with a cohort 1?
Yeah, they're all on here listening to you, so that's not a problem at all. I'm sure.
I think it's also for being clear about our language. I hope that
we can definitely do that. We can definitely do that. That's not a problem.
Trustee Wheeler, and then we'll go.
Yeah, and I appreciate this conversation. It's very thought-provoking. The idea of having a menu of coaches, I think, is an excellent one. So, you know, if that's the result of all this, I think it's a good result.
Okay. All right. We will now take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We appear to have 2 speakers, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. We will get a timer up and then I will let you know when you can unmute yourself. All right, phone number 650714. You may press *6 to unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, sorry, you can skip me. I actually was waiting for the non-agenda item public comment. Thanks.
Thank you, sorry. We have one more item after this, 650714. So if you could take your hand down and when we get to the community comments, put it back up, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. Ms. Rakestraw, you may unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to address the board.
I just quickly wanted to say that I agree with Ms. Wheeler that there should be a menu that any administrator can choose from, and that menu should be irrespective of gender, past history with the district, and really be the best mentors available to our administrators anywhere in the US. I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that the people I heard named off on a first name basis by Dr. Rudolph were all past administrators with the district or people who had a very strong relationship, which to me doesn't seem as independent. And yeah, I just think that we need to look past the current list of who we are allowing to mentor our administrators and really pick the cream of the crop. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Dykstra. Are there any further comments from trustees or a motion on this item? Trustee Blakely.
Just wanted to say that I appreciate the fact that our district is able to offer coaching to all of our administrators. Really grateful. I think it's it's not available everywhere. And I'm glad that we have a diverse menu of options for that coaching, because as Dr. Rudolph pointed out, there's going to be different fits that work better for different individuals. So I'm grateful that we have that, and I'm supportive of this contract.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve the contract with ILO. I don't know, we don't have language, but with the ILO, I move that we approve the ILO consulting agreement as presented.
I saw a second from Trustee Chang. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Chang, Trustees Laura Berman, Laura Blakely, and Chris Chang and Devin Conley voted to approve the contract, and Trustee Wheeler voted in the opposition. We will now move on to the second consent item that was pulled, number 10.
I think I pulled this item, so I guess I started that. I support this item, and I encourage our colleagues to support approving the TechSmart contract. I pulled it because I really believe that computer science is a core literacy, the same. I think many in the community and many on the board share this idea that it's as important for any future as traditional subjects that were determined 2 centuries ago for public schools. And because I see it as a core curriculum, I hope, well, first, I hope we see TechSmart and more. I hope we see other opportunities to work with other groups who have expertise in computer science in our district. And I hope that in the future, we treat it as the same as we do other curriculum and do a regular curriculum adoption. So TechSmart came to our district as a through generosity of the Mountain View Education Foundation. And because it was done through the foundation and through community support from local tech companies as well, that it came in as a pilot through them. And so it never went through a bidding process that we do for other curriculum like history textbooks or math textbook. And I support TechSmart because I think what they're doing in the middle school in Python, and just the return on investment is very high to get our kids and our teachers, through our teachers, what this contract trains our teachers in these skills is wonderful. So I think we should support it, but I also think we need to start out treating computer science as other curriculum, and we should be looking at other vendors and do a curriculum adoption process. Thank you.
Are there other comments from trustees? Dr. Rudolph, I remember a couple of years ago, and it may have been before I was on the board, watching the first round of this come in at the elementary school level, I believe. And this exact issue was addressed then, Trustee Chang. So Dr. Rudolph?
Yeah, so this actually, so where we sort of are is that this has been funded by MVF through a corporate sponsor. And so there's, questions about whether or not it's going to be funded. And so MVF support is contingent, or MVF's funding of it is contingent upon the corporate sponsor to actually pay for it. One of the reasons why we went with TechSmart is because our teachers aren't certified in that particular subject. And so TechSmart provides the curriculum, but also the coaching and the help that is needed. However, in our middle schools, it is actually a very popular elective. And so knowing that we're unsure whether or not we can continue it in the elementary schools and may need to look at other options. In the middle schools, we have kids who have signed up for it. And we have teachers who are committed to teaching it, who have been teaching it for the past couple of years. And so, at this late stage of the game, it would be unfair to sort of pull it. And so, we looked at our budget and said the $17,000 was a nominal fee that we could continue it in the middle school. And then obviously we'll have a different conversation about the elementary and then look to see what other options sort of exist.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you, Dr. Ruffin. I hope when we look at the elementary, first, I hope I'm really excited where this investment is well worth it. So I'll be voting for this item, and I look forward to the district spending more money on this important literacy for kids. And I think when we do so, I think regardless of who's funding it, I think the community adoption, curriculum adoption process is a good one in the sense that, when we adopt a history or math textbook, we present it to community. There's a period where they can preview it. In a community of so many people who are experts, world experts in computer science, I think we could really lean on the community through that existing process. So I'm excited for us to expand it at elementary school and support our current TechSmart. Thank you.
All right, we will now go to public comment on specifically consent item number 10 that was pulled. If you would like to comment on consent item number 10 that was pulled, you can raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. We have 2 public comments on this item, so each speaker will be allocated 3 minutes. We're going to get a timer up. All right, so phone number 650714, you may unmute yourself by pressing *6, and you have 3 minutes. (650-714), you are unmuted, but we do not hear anything. Number 650714, you're unmuted on my screen, but we aren't getting any sound. I don't know if you're using earbuds or some sort of connection. We will go to the next number and then we'll come back to you in case you have sorted it out. Phone number 650207, you may unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Steve Nelson. I want to remind the trustees that at the middle school level, there are students who are getting RTI instruction that takes the place of one of their electives. The RTI isn't a supplementary program that adds extra teaching time to their days. So when you say, so a student who is fairly proficient in Spanish and wants to take Spanish now can't take music, for instance, if he needs RTI. And so these courses are not available to some of our students some of our highest need students. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. All right, we're going to try one more time. Phone number, oh yes.
If I could I just want to, so actually the 8-period schedule affords every student the opportunity to get their first choice elective. And so students, regardless of what their, where they come from, what their ability level is, if a student wants to take, even if they are below grade level and they want to take this class, and they do have the opportunity to take the elective. Every kid is guaranteed at least one choice elective in the school. Some kids get up to 3. So that would include kids who are put in the RTI program or who need additional help in some other program, as well as our EL and our special ed students.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Phone number 650714, let's give it another go. If you press *6 on your phone, you should be able to unmute yourself. We're going to put a 3-minute timer up for you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you and the timer is coming. Hold on just a moment. But don't mute yourself because we don't want to lose you. All right, you are ready.
Thank you. Hi, yeah, this is John Panzer, and I did have a comment on this item. I want to first off support Chris Chang's comments about this program. I think it's a great and interesting program, and I think it would be two comments. I think that having community input and having this be part of the core curriculum would be really helpful. And as I echo the comments, I think there's a lot of people in the community who could have a lot of good input. And I would also like to see, an evaluation of how the program's going. If it is a pilot, it should probably be evaluated and assessed to see, what's going really well and what should be continued. It sounds like some of that's happening, but it's just at even within the middle schools, what kind of program do we want to have going forward? That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panzer. Trustees, are there further comments or a motion?
Move to approve contract item 10, the TechSmart contract.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board unanimously votes to approve contract item number 10. We will now move on to item 6, communications. Before we do so, trustees, I just want to point out that we are now over 2 hours into our board meeting. And so if you all can help me be mindful of time on our agenda items as we move forward, we had not anticipated spending an hour on the consent agenda, although I believe the discussion was valuable. I did want to make sure we're aware of the time this evening. We will start with communications from employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? You can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to item 6B, district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? And I will say you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *6 on your phone, but we also have some trustees who are members of district committees, Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Berman.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. I'm not a member of the committee, but I'm the board observer of the Bond Oversight Committee, and I attended the meeting that was held in person for the first time this year, last Friday, at Landell School. Establishment of the Bond Oversight Committee was a requirement of the Measure T bond that the voters passed in March of 2020. The California Education Code requires that all school bond measures include a statement, as Measure T does, that the board will appoint a Citizens Oversight Committee and conduct annual independent audits to assure that funds are spent only on school and classroom improvements of the type set out in the project list included in the bond measure language and for no other purposes. A community member who attended last Friday's meeting suggested that the Bond Oversight Committee should reevaluate the projects in the bond project list that was developed in concert with the district's master plan and approved by the board, and the projects that are designated to be built with bond funds, and make policy recommendations about prioritizing projects, eliminating approved projects, and adding new ones. These types of policy decisions are actually the responsibility of the elected school board members, not of the Bond Oversight Committee, whose responsibility is oversight to ensure the funds are spent on authorized projects. If anyone wants to provide input on the district's policy and strategy decisions, please contact the trustees. You can email us at trustees@mvwsd.org. I know I speak on behalf of my colleagues that we are truly grateful for all the dedication and effort that the members of the Bond Oversight Committee, the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, MVF, DLAC, the Specific Learner Needs Task Force, PTA, site councils, and many other parent and community volunteer groups provide to our schools. The district would not run without you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. Trustee Berman.
So I'm a board observer for the DLAC meetings, and at our last very long board meeting, I failed to share just some highlights from the meeting. And I especially wanted to make a point of sharing today because our principals came to the last DLAC meeting of the year to share some celebrations with all of the representatives at the DLAC meeting. And I just want to thank them for being there and thank Director Chang and Priscilla for supporting our ELAC leaders in our school district, and for bringing in also someone from the county to talk about vaccinations and sharing about our federal funding and how we spend our federal funding. during the school year. So I just wanted to give those highlights. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. And Dr. Rudolph, before I move on, I see that Mr. Nelson's hand is raised. I believe we take public comment on any agenda item if it is offered. So we will take public comment. Mr. Nelson, you will have 3 minutes. Let's get a timer up for you. Mr. Nelson, you may unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone.
I think I'm unmuted now. Yes, I would like to let you know that bond spending has to be within the California Constitution. That is also an oversight responsibility of this committee. Look at their bylaws, look at the Crawford decision, particularly you two people who've gone to law school on this board. So look at the Crawford decision. Also, it's required that these standing committees record their votes. And I think it's very good that they record not just who made the motion and who made the second, but I've talked with a staff member who keeps the minutes, but that board oversight also should know and remind people on these committees that when they adopt minutes, the minutes should be consistent with normal procedures of government bodies, that votes are recorded, not just who makes the motion and who makes the second. And when a board member who's providing oversight can't even do that level of helping a committee, I think you still need to review how well you understand the Brown Act, you as individual members of this school board. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. We will now move on to item 6C, the superintendent update.
All right. So a couple of big things I just want to mention. So with the approval of the personnel report, I just want to talk about a couple of staffing changes that we have. So first, I would like to start off with the new principal of Castro Elementary. Carlos Adido will be our new principal. As you may know, former principal Terry Lambert is now the district level ed services coordinator supporting our learning recovery plan. Mr. Salcido most recently worked as a district improvement and supports coordinator at the San Mateo County Office of Education. He's been an elementary school principal for 7 years, working in Milpitas Unified School District, as well as San Jose Unified. He has a bachelor's degree from Stanford, master's degree in educational leadership from San Jose State. He is a fluent Spanish speaker with bilingual cross-cultural language academic development, a BCLAD authorization in Spanish from the National Hispanic University of San Jose. And I know he's somewhere around here, so I'll take my screen off so he can at least pop up to the front so he can show himself. And if he wants to say something before I move on to Mr. Burns, that'd be great.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Carlos Salcido y me da mucho gusto estar aquí con ustedes. I'm Carlos Salcido. I'm very excited and happy to be a new member of the Mountain View Wisman School District. Thank you for choosing me to serve the Castro School community, and I look forward to being your new principal. Thank you.
All right, super excited about him. One of the first conversations we had when we, so just so everybody knows, when they finally get to the final round, which I think is like 5 interviews later with me, we do like a 1.5 mile walk after I verify that they've been vaccinated, of course. And one of the things that he talked to me about was his commitment to get families out and how he could leverage those big Day of the Dead festivals for learning and opportunities for families and how he could help educate families. And he spoke a lot about his own personal background. And so, I was really impressed about how he plans on leading from the heart. And so I think he's going to be a great addition for Castro, and super excited to take him up and down Escuela Avenue and let him meet people and introduce him to all the major players over there. So I want to move on to Mrs. Kearns. Mrs. Kearns is going to be our new assistant principal at Crittenden Middle School. She is replacing Mrs. Colleen Wash, who's returning to a literacy coach position. Ms. Kearns has 15 years of teaching and school leadership experience. Since 2012, she served in various leadership capacities at Leonard Herman Intermediate School in San Jose, including Social Studies Department Chair, Teacher in Charge, 7th and 8th grade Social Studies teacher, as well as a PBIS team lead. She's also taught in elementary school in San Jose for 4 years. So she earned her bachelor's degree from University of California, San Diego, her master's degree from University of California, Santa Cruz, go Slugs, and a master's degree in administration from Concordia University. So I'll take myself off the screen and allow her to sort of introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jackie Kearns, and I am so excited to join the Crittenden school community and to work with the Mountain View Westminster School District team. I just want to thank everyone for this awesome opportunity and can't wait to get started. Thank you.
So when she had her unexpected 1.5-mile hike around Therkoff, and we actually took a detour because I saw some new construction that I wanted to go check out. You know, one of the things that impressed me about her was just her commitment to restorative justice. And she highlighted that was called out specifically in our strategic plan. I did do some level setting with her, saying that, you know, it's called out, but we have some work that we have to do. But obviously her background in PBIS, her background in terms of how she coaches teachers, and how she likes to work and be very inclusive as a leader was really impressive. And I think she would definitely help the Crittenden team. And so we're super excited that we have her there. So Carlos and Jackie, you're more than welcome to stay, but we got a barn burner here. And so, you know, officially you come in on the 1st. So you're more than welcome to leave. I got a couple more people I want to talk about real quick. So don't feel obligated to stay, but if you choose to, that's great. So as you may know, Ms. Degar has served in the position of interim director of curriculum and instruction. She obviously before that was the principal at Therkoff. And before that, she was a principal in Paradise Valley Engineering, where she led the school redesign and engineering focused academy, including new instructional programs, the adoption of engineering STEM focused curriculum. What I'm pleased to announce is that we are going to pull the interim title away from her and allow her to be the full-time director of curriculum and instruction. And so when she presents later on today, she no longer has to refer to herself as the interim director. The last change I have is that Samantha Ellard, formerly a special education coordinator, will now serve as the interim director of special education following the resignation of Ms. Ariana Mays. Ms. Ellard has been the special education coordination for the coordinator for MVWSD for the past 6 years. She has worked as an educational specialist in Sanger Unified School District. She's currently an adjunct professor at Fresno Pacific University. She's also earned her master's degree in special education and teaching. And so we're super excited to have her. She was one of the main people that worked behind the scenes to make sure that the all-inclusive playground met the standards. And I know when the board gave me the direction to make sure that our medically fragile class was taken care of, it was Ms. Ellard who was right there saying, I got just the idea of how to do it. And that program that classroom has served as a model for other schools. And I know other school districts actually inquire about how they can get their kids in there. So I think she's going to be a natural fit for the interim director. And I'm sure all of us are hoping that she'll eventually become the director of special education. So I just want to congratulate all of them for this opportunity. And then I have one last update, just real quick. As you know, give them all a round of applause.
Dr. Rudolph, was
yes.
Our equity coach, Megan Henderson, also promoted to director in our recent personnel?
Yes. So I forgot 2 other ones. So Megan Henderson came in as a coordinator for equity. and has been serving in that capacity for over the year. She's given me the numbers of all the work that she's done in terms of professional development. She's been out at sites nonstop. Has really done an amazing job, and we're elevating her to director. Also with that, Karen Jimbo, who's serving just as an important role on not only on the cabinet team, but also within the organization, also came in as a coordinator, and that's because we weren't sure how big these positions would end up being when we started out the conversation. But Karen Jimbo, who's also done just as much professional development and has really been helping us with wellness and has a big role. Both of them have big roles to play in the strategic plan. Both of them have been elevated to director roles. And so we're super excited to have both of them to be official members of, they're also the newest addition to the cabinet because up until this point, they've been included in there, but up until that point, we didn't have the director of wellness sitting in cabinet, nor did we have the director of equity and inclusion sitting in cabinet. And they have definitely added a unique perspective to our conversations, which we definitely welcome. And so I also want to congratulate them for the change too. Thank you, President Conley, for catching that. The last thing I just want to say, just real quick, I know this is probably the longest update I've given in probably my 6 years of being here. But the other thing I want to say is that we, as many of us may know, earlier today, a couple of important things just happened. Number one, the torch actually came through Mountain View today. In case you missed it, I went straight down El Camino. Eli and I happened to see it while we were getting subway before this meeting. So I do have a picture, but really, more importantly, the second big thing was that the Congress, both the Senate and the House of Representatives and the President all signed that Juneteenth will be I believe it's the 11th federal holiday. Now it's the first one since 1983, the last one being Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It's obviously a big, momentous event, but it's the challenge is that it actually goes in effect immediately. And so the federal government, the county, the courthouses are also observing it tomorrow. We will observe it on Monday. We are putting out communication to our families. We've already been calling our families to talk about the impact on summer school. We will provide additional feeding tomorrow for those individuals that pick up meals, so they get 2 meals. So we have been thinking about the impact of this, but I did want to just let everybody know that officially we will be closed on Monday in observance of the new federal holiday. And then obviously next year we'll make sure that we have that mapped in because it's now officially cemented. So I just wanted to put that out there, that we are aware that it was signed into law today at 2 p.m. And that it is something that we're adjusting to as quickly as we can. So I apologize to any families that have been inconvenienced as a result of this, but just know that we want to be mindful and respect the new holiday that's coming.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. We will now move on to item 8A under review and action, the Huff renaming, with a presentation from our Director of Equity, Ms. Henderson.
Excuse me, President Connolly, did we do community
You're
comments?
right. I am ahead of myself. I'm excited, and I know a lot of people are waiting. Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. All right. We will now move on to item 7, community comments. This is a time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. To address the board, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We do ask that members of the public not turn on their video. Thank you. We appear to have 3 speakers. Each speaker will have, oh, hold on, I'm going to wait 10 seconds more. Another hand popped up. All right, the board usually allocates 10 minutes for this item. Because we have 4 speakers with raised hands, each speaker will be allocated 2 minutes to address the board. We will start with, and apologies if I mispronounced your name, Miss Rizapiela. I should know better because I know you, but I am struggling with your last name. You may unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
You were close. Rapella. No problem. So first of all, I want to thank you all for everything you've done this year for our staff and community. I have to say it's been one of the toughest school years I have personally ever experienced as a teacher. And I can't wait to replace the black Zoom screens with the faces of happy, smiling students next year. I don't know where we are on this, but I wanted to express my concern about the middle school schedule. I wrote a letter to the board about this, and I just don't know where we are as far as the decision making on the late start Monday. But I hope that we can keep the late start Monday because that collaboration time that has been built into the teacher workday has been proven to be very valuable planning time. And some really quality things have come out of the teacher collaborations, plus that later start to the school morning and the shorter class periods makes the transition into the week much easier for the students. So the 30-minute classes allowed the teachers to review the concepts from the previous week, which then prepared the students for the new lessons. Another idea or another option might also be an early release Friday with the staff meetings and collaborations starting at around 1 o'clock, if Beyond the Bell can be available to students. Friday might be a good day because of the sports activities are not in session that day. And I also want to point out that the first week is welcome week at most, I think all the schools. And we have some really great ideas around community building, activities designed to teach specific language around social emotional learning, character building, and on all the nuts and bolts around self-responsibility at the school. And we even have some ideas on how to get parents involved at Crittenden during welcome week. With that being said, I know that
Excuse me.
Conley, there.
It's okay. Ms. Rapella, thank you. I apologize that 2 minutes went very fast. But if you have further comments, which I believe you do, please feel free to write them to the board. We will now move on to Tutu Thompson. You may unmute yourself and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. I'm a newbie here. I have an incoming grade 6 to Graham. And my comment is regarding the double math periods for the 6.2, 7.2, and 8.2. I know there's a discussion going on. I just wish to voice out my opinion that instead of mandatory for the 6.2, 7.2, and 8.2, instead of having the mandatory 1 period and only 1 period, or the mandatory 2 periods, yet must be 2 periods, could we allow the students to choose 1 period for sure, but the second period they may elect. Just want to plant that seed and for further discussion. That's all. Thanks for your time and good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. We will now move on to Thomas R. Thomas R., you may unmute yourself.
Yes, hi. I'm also commenting on the double period math classes. So my daughter was in 7.2 this year and will be in 8.2 next year. And I really think that reducing it to only 1 period is going to cause a lot of problems for her. I mean, yes, if you look at the report card, it looks fine, but you didn't see the grueling lifestyle that we endured at home to make that possible. Okay, so that's number one. And number two, I feel like the communication around it was lacking. I only learned of it myself after my daughter had already chosen her classes. She might have chosen easier classes if she had known that she was going to get an extra class and that the math class was going to get compressed like this. So it really wasn't communicated to, and I'm not alone. There are other parents I've heard from have said that their students did not know that this was going to happen when they chose their classes. I also feel like there should have been more involvement with the community before making this change, because it's going to have a big impact on people. And so that's pretty much it. Also, if you are going to do anything about this, we have to find out soon, because if you don't change it, it seems the kids are supposed to study extra math over the summer. And I need to know whether that's true or not soon. I mean, really, I hope you'll change it back to allowing 2 periods. Otherwise, my daughter is probably going to have to change her schedule, maybe drop an elective and take an RTI instead or something, I don't know. So that's what I had to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then our last speaker will be Mr. Panzer. Mr. Panzer, you may unmute yourself. Phone number 650-714. You may unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone.
Hi, it worked that time.
We
can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Yeah, hi, this is John Panzer again. First off, I just want to say very quickly, thank you to the district, the teachers and the board for all the efforts that have been done this year. It's been a crazy year, and I think that there's been a huge amount of effort put in, and we had very good results. I wanted to talk about the double math period issue. As you know, I sent, along with, now it's 45 other parents, a letter on this topic to the district and the board. This was composed by several parents expressing concern about the reduction from 2 periods to 1 period, especially for the advanced pathway math classes. I won't go into all the details. The letter sort of speaks for itself, but I think that the other parents who spoke tonight sort of raised the issue that this was it's a surprise to parents. The reason why it's not an official agenda item is because the parents weren't able to organize quickly enough to get it on today's agenda. And the next scheduled regular meeting isn't until it would be too late to change anything. So the first question is there anything to be addressed here? I think the district and the middle schools could do something. Obviously, there were scheduled decisions that were made, and they could be changed again. So that would be one open question. And I think the idea of making it an optional period that perhaps could be continuation optionally for students who want it is another interesting question. I think that just so the board knows, the parents weren't told that this was going to happen until May 8th, and a lot of parents didn't even see this in the deluge of emails. It was just buried in an email that was sent out generally. So that's the request. We would like to try to see if we can continue the double period.
Thank you, Mr. Panzer. I apologize that 2 minutes did go quickly. I do see that we have a 5th speaker who raised their hand. Oh, and they are still here. We allocated 10 minutes and each person had 2, so we actually have 2 minutes remaining of that 10 minutes. So if we can get that timer back up for 2 minutes, Maria Rangel, I'll let you know when the timer is ready and you will have 2 minutes to address the board, but then we will be moving on to our next agenda item. Maria Rangel, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Hi. So I'm calling because I'm a little concerned about the music program being shortened or maybe some classes being cut. My son is a middle schooler. He participated in advanced band as a 7th grader. And I will say in the beginning of pandemic, it was really important for him to have music. He enjoys playing. It is something that was a stress relief for him. It promoted his creativity. It had him doing something off screen, away from video games. I think it is amazing how Mountain View Westman really does a good job with the technology portion. I think maybe we need to remember the arts and creativity portion as well. I think that it's something that music and art is something that kids can find solace in, can find comfort in. And I hope we're working hard to figure that out. As for the possibility of a second period for math, I think that I hope that that second period, if it doesn't sound like it's going to happen, but if it does happen, I hope it doesn't conflict with band and other art programs, because that would be a huge mistake. I also hope that should a second period happen, it would be absolutely optional. I think as parents, sometimes we forget that they are needing to be prepared for high school, and high school math is one period. And so I think kids need to focus and be able to learn in that one period. However, I do see a benefit to that second period for maybe some kids who really want to get that math down. But I really hope that all of these options that everyone is discussing really keep in mind how important continuing a strong.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ronhell. As always, if you have additional comments, please email the board at trustees@mvwsd.org. We all read those emails. We take community input very seriously and very much appreciate it. We will now move on to item 8A, the Huff renaming, with our Director of Equity, Ms. Henderson.
Perfect. Thank you so much, trustees. On a personal note, I just want to thank the Board of Trustees, and I also want to thank Dr. Rudolph especially for the trust and faith you've placed in me to execute the duties of this role. It's really a humbling thing, and I really am excited to continue working. And finally, on this agenda, this is a very exciting day because this is an action item where we will ask the Board of Trustees to decide upon a new name for Frank L. Huff Elementary. I am going to share my screen just to again reiterate the process. This should be a very kind of, we've already gone over this, so I'm not going to belabor the point. In fact, I'm going to kind of scroll through these very quickly in terms of why, connection to the strategic plan, our process. But finally, of course, the final three choices in terms of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Amy Imai, and Katherine Johnson, all incredible choices. The group feedback that we solicited, and of course the superintendent's recommendation, which has already been made for Amy Imai Elementary School. I wanted to scroll through that very quickly because we do have a student speaker with us this evening. And he is going to speak for about 2 minutes talking about his experience. It's a former Huff student, current Graham student. And we're going to keep his, of course, identity anonymous. But we really appreciate his comments on this item, especially because he was one of the students who brought this to our attention firstly, and also served on the CAC. So for that, I'd like our current Graham student to unmute himself and be able to share quickly before the board commits to action on this item.
Hello, school board and district community. As you know, I am an alumnus of Huff, current Graham student, and one of the students who first brought the truth about Frank L. Huff to our attention. What I came across, his intolerance towards his fellow humans who were merely of a different background than he was, shocked and horrified me, along with many other students and staff. Huff's views did not represent us, and because he was doing so and being the namesake of the school that will formerly be known as Huff, we felt a change should be made. This was done through the efforts of the Citizens Action Committee, one I was honored to be included in and help with. Not only was I honored, but I also really enjoyed it. One, it was a magnificent feeling to know that I was helping out with a noble cause, that I was supporting my community, and that it made a lot of jobs easier. Even better, everyone there was very warm, respectful, and quite organized. Plus, it was a really creative, efficient, and well-led group and environment, so a lot of good ideas were passed along. We used all of these skills to do our work, which I'm sure you will enjoy and trust. Why? Again, we had some really good creative people who really cared about the cause of the team. The team was also working in an environment that was very efficient, organized, and really promoted productivity. Thanks to Ms. Henderson. Because of that, very efficiently came up with a lot of super creative ideas and information that we needed to consider. Using all of these great skills the committee had, we first came up with traits that we really valued in our namesake candidate, like being local, inspiring, someone who represented our area's diversity, etc. We then turned these ideas into a rubric that we would use to grade candidates that we came up with later in the year. After that, we did many sessions of research and enhanced vetting that allowed us to come up with a narrowed down list of candidates: Amy Mai, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and Katherine Johnson. The decision on which of these candidates will be the new namesake of Huff, I believe, will be made soon. So for that to happen, I will hand it off to the school board. Thanks for having me.
And Director Henderson, there's no further presentation?
There is no further presentation. I couldn't say it better than the student myself. It is, of course, up now for review and action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there questions from trustees before we move to public comment? There do not appear to be questions from trustees. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can press *9 on your phone or raise your hand in Zoom. There, if you go to the bottom of your Zoom screen, you can click on the word participants. It will pop out a side box, and at the bottom of that box there are 3 dots, and you can click on those 3 dots and it will give you the option to raise your hand in Zoom. We do not appear to have any members of the public to comment on this item at this time. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you, Professor Connolly. I just, when an item like this starts from a student, I think it's powerful to remind students that they can literally change their community. And so I'm just really proud of that. And I don't know if there are any members of Amy and Mai's family here, and I hope they are to witness this historic moment.
Thank you very much, Trustee Chang. Before we have a motion and a vote, I would like to thank the students who surfaced this conversation. I agree, Trustee Chang, it's incredibly inspiring to have this leadership from our young people, and then also to be able to engage them in righting what is a historical wrong. And as I've said at a previous meeting over and over and over again, we have the opportunity here to come full circle. This is a circle of justice that the very people who were discriminated against by Mr. Huff during his time period, he expressed anti-immigrant sentiments, and those were directed towards immigrants from China and Japan who helped build not only Mountain View, but our nation. It is incredibly inspiring to be able to name this school after a community member from one of those populations, and also someone who not only was interned during World War II in a Japanese internment camp, but then took on the course of educating others around her experience in the internment camps, and to make sure that no one forgot what had happened, and encouraged Asian Americans to pursue leadership and civic engagement in our community. I also want to thank the Mountain View Historical Association and former Mayor Margaret Abikoga, as well as current Mayor Ellen Kamei. When we were looking for names, I reached out to all of them for suggestions and help with research. And former Mayor Margaret Abikoga suggested the name Amy M.I., and here we are today. With that being said, I don't usually make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we rename Huff Elementary School Amy Imai Elementary School.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by President Conley and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees unanimously votes to rename Huff Elementary School the Amy Amai Elementary School. All right. Trustees, should we take a bio break now or hold for after the next item? We're coming up on 3 hours.
We can hold.
Okay. We will now move on to item 8B, the Montaloma Open Space Reconfiguration, with a presentation from Dr. Rebecca Westover, our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening. Give me just a moment to share my screen. Dr. Rudolph, did you want to do the first part of this, or shall I go ahead?
Yeah. Yep, I can do it. If you just, I'll just tell you to click. So, yep, hit present. All right, so we're here to talk about the open space reconfiguration. What we will be talking about with the board today is our vision moving forward, and it is the next big step for us to start this process, which essentially is our request to hire an architect who can start stakeholder meetings and can help us to reimagine this particular space. So let's go ahead on and let's look at how this aligns with our board goals. So first one is that for resource stewardship, we want to make sure that our facilities are not only are we fiscally responsible about them, but also, our commitment is that we really have facilities that are accessible by various community members, staff, and students, and have all the resources that are necessary in order to be equitable. And so that's from our original strategic plan. Additionally, if we look at our new strategic plan, next slide. It is also falls under goal area 5, which is an actual equitable distribution of resources that support student successes, and really making sure that it equitably serves all particular students. And, as part of this conversation, one of the things that we have realized is that, providing equity to a community that lacks green space is also sort of part of our charge. And it's something that we are very interested in doing. Next slide, please. So the Master's Facility Plan, if we look at the Master's Facility Plan, what we notice is if you take perimeter controls and you take the playground modernization and you take the portable removal and you take outdoor learning, the total estimated cost was somewhere in the neighborhood of about $11 million. Now, if we reconfigure the entire campus to include the classroom buildings, the total project, which is a priority 4 item, is actually somewhere in the neighborhood of about $66 million. Of course, that was almost a year and a half ago, or maybe 2 years when we made this number. So it's possible due to inflation and the cost of materials that this has went up considerably. But the reason why I want to point this out is that it just illustrates that if we look at the original MFP, we anticipated being about $11 million cost if we were to do this on our own. We are earmarking somewhere in the neighborhood of about $8 to $9 million. That is just a tentative earmark. That is not a final cost or estimate. We won't know that until we hire an architect who can meet with all of our stakeholders to discuss what the needs of the community, the city, the school district are, and can help us to reimagine or revision the actual space. Next slide. So let's think about this. So one of the challenges that we had, and I do want to be thankful to the working group that really brought this up to us, is one of the challenges they had is that when they originally started this challenge, they were sort of working with fixed assets, right? The baseball field or the baseball diamond was set. It had its fence. It wasn't able to move. The portables were sort of set, so it couldn't move. The swings were set. The playgrounds, right? The kinder. So all this space was sort of were constraints that were already put on charge of the group. The second challenge that we noticed with the work group is that we were asking them to be representatives of larger stakeholder groups, right? So when we started getting emails from mothers and fathers who were bringing their kids to the tot lot, that represent one different group. When we started hearing from seniors who were saying that over by Anna Street, it was kind of constrained. That was a different group. When we started hearing from people who walk their dogs, what we haven't heard is from the baseball teams or the soccer teams yet about what their particular needs are. Of course, we've heard from our teachers and the principal, right? And so all of these stakeholder groups, we were expecting this group of about 10 individuals to be the ears of all of them. And so now what we're saying is, let's just wipe the slate clean and let's see what we can create by really reimagining this whole space. Now, there are a couple of things that are sort of like our solar project is already moving forward because there are sort of fixtures and there was analysis that was put in place, but our solar is actually for Montaloma is will come next. So there are some fixed things, but for the most part, what we really want to do is work with an architect to reimagine this whole space, to say, you know, maybe the baseball diamond can go someplace else, or maybe it ends up staying there, or maybe the softball field can be reoriented, or, you know, maybe we go back to the way that it was in the 70s, or what we have over at Vargas, where you have a dual use field that could be used, right? There's a lot of different possibilities if we stop constraining ourselves with just this, with working with what we already have. But also, you know, I think the interesting part of this is, you know, looking at this space, how do we assure the safety of our students and at the same time allow, you know, younger children who are not in our schools to access the tot lot? Or how do we assure that we can have bike paths for people to ride through, or people to walk through this community, because it really is a focal point of the community. And the only way we can get there is if we really stop looking at this as what was designed in the 1960s and really start saying that, you know, this is 2021, our needs have sort of shifted, and we want to make sure that we have a space that is accessible to all. It keeps our students safe. It allows people to walk through as they're walking through the community. It still provides green space access. And so that is what we're looking at. And so this is why we're designating this whole area as the project area. And of course, if we were to talk to Ms. Lee, the principal over there, she would even argue that we should include or allow the main office to move also, so that she can have line of sight view in some other areas. But I think that starts going into that real bigger tier, that project 4, which is, you know, sort of reorienting the whole campus. But it's definitely something that we can explore and sort of look at cost. And so that's really where we're at. Next slide, please. Is looking at what the cost of this will be. So right now, what we're estimating is really a design budget of somewhere in the neighborhood of about $382,000 to $702,000 to bring on an architect. And I want to be clear about what the architect's going to do, right? So obviously we have a pool of architects that we can go out to and say, we really want to redesign this space. How do you envision the stakeholder process being? And the architects will sit back and say, well, we want to talk to Parks and Rec. We want to talk with senior citizens. We want to talk with teachers. We, you know, yesterday when I was meeting with Montaloma Group, they brought up talking with students. We want to talk with the students, not only about the playgrounds, but also about sort of the perimeter fencing. We want to talk to moms and tot lots, and we want to get feedback and then start an iterative process of, we hear what you're saying, here are the particular needs. Now let's come up with some ideas about what this looks like. Present that not only to Parks and Recs Commission, but also to city staff and to the community. And then you sort of have this back and forth. And so what we're hoping is that if the board approves sort of this process to bring on an architect, by the end of the summer, we'll have an architect on place and we can clearly outline what the next stages will be. And we've already talked with the city about having them on board to help us select architect. And the process I'm describing is actually is exactly like what the city does. I know John Merchant was talking with us about it, but that's sort of where we see the next step is in this process. And so Dr. Westover, I'm gonna turn it over to you to finalize. I may have took your slide actually, but I can't remember.
Okay. That's okay. You can take as many slides as you wish. So we're requesting that the board add the reconfiguration of the Montaloma open space as a priority 1 item based on the current needs of the community. And then when the process is more defined, we'll bring further information back to the board for an update and approval. So again, we'll go through the same process that Dr. Rudolph talked about, it having an iterative process where we have community input and feedback, and then updates to the board along the way.
Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you, President Conley. 2 questions. First quick one, is it the request to make the paying for the architects a priority 1, or is it the request to make the cost of whatever will be the district side of the full project priority 1?
At this point now, it's to make the cost of bringing on the architect as a priority 1.
And thank you. And the last question is, has there been any discussion with the city on cost sharing of paying for the architect that we bring on?
So I think, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so the city is, in order for the city to sort of change their budget, because we're doing this so late in the budgetary cycle, it takes a lot more steps, similar to what we go through. So this is a cost that we're willing to bear on our own, and then as one of the requests from the city manager as well as from other city officials is for them to understand what the total cost of the project is, and so that they can appropriate funds for the larger cost.
Are there further questions from trustees before we move to public comment? All right, at this time, we will take public comment on this item. If you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom by pressing *9. If Zoom is a new adventure, there is a button that says participants at the bottom of the Zoom window. If you click on that, it will pop out a sidebar. And at the bottom of the sidebar, there are 3 small dots. If you click on those 3 small dots, it will give you the option to raise your hand. I will allocate time based on how many speakers we have. For public comment, we usually allocate 10 minutes for an item. And that means that if we have 3 speakers, each speaker gets 3 minutes, 8 speakers, 2 minutes, etc. If we have 10 or more speakers, each speaker will get 1 minute, and we usually cap comments when that kind of extra speaker time happens at 20 minutes. We appear to have 4 speakers, so each speaker will have 2 minutes. When I call on you, you may unmute yourself, and we're getting our timer set up. All right. We will start with Ms. Rakestraw. Ms. Rakestraw, you may unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes to address the board.
I first want to thank everybody for realizing that this is a much bigger issue than just a fence issue, and that this really is an opportunity to rethink this public and school space. I'm hoping that we can use the tenets of green schoolyards to think beyond just sport fields and walkways and create learning spaces for the school that will also serve as spaces for the community to use after school. My other comment is that I'm very concerned as a outgoing 5th grade parent, that we still do not have a fence that encloses the interior of the campus. So there's absolutely no way that you could lock all the fences and keep somebody out if there really is a safety issue. And I keep seeing this being lost in the bigger discussion. And I'd like to, if possible, have that brought to the forefront, because if we're really going to talk safety, the first thing we need to do is actually create a safe perimeter around the current school buildings And then we can worry later about the design of the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rakestraw. Ms. Chohan, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you trustees and superintendent, staff and listeners for your time and coming to the conclusion, like Jill said, that this is important for the district and staff and community to find a solution to shared use of Montaloma Park. But really to get straight to the point, I'd like to hear how and when the district and the city are going to reach an agreement about the financial aspects, which are in many ways a prerequisite for any redesign plans and, you know, community engagement with the right parameters to be initiated. Really, no one here wants to repeat these discussions again in 10, 25, or even 50 years. I know you all sure don't. Neither do we. So how do we close this gap between the city and the district in perpetuity? Especially knowing that the district needs land for a new school in another part of the city. The city needs park space in Montaloma and in other neighborhoods. I'm really hopeful that, you know, a creative arrangement can be found, you know, like land swaps or 100-year leases by both sides, for example, are going to be considered. But mainly all stakeholders, you know, including the city and the community, would appear to be owed clarity on what are the key parameters and guide rails and options on the table for which an agreement could be reached by the board, so that we can work towards that solution or help to work towards that solution. So yeah, I really look forward to hearing the trustees' comments in this matter and also your approval of the funding to scope out the redesign so that that aspect can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chohan. Mike, you may unmute yourself. Mike, there you go.
There we go. Mike, talking now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Mike Rolfs. I'm actually president of Mountain View Little League, and we like the field the way it is. You know, we don't need. We hopefully, if you know, people do start talking about changing the field, that we're part of the project, because Mountain View Little League does have, you know, 300 to 400 kids depending on the year that are all Mountain View residents kids. So the field can't be any smaller than what it is, because we need the space, regulations tie space for the games that we play. And you know, it works where it's at. It's a little cold sometimes because of the shade, but it works where it's at for us. And we hope to be really involved in part of the project if they do start reimagining the baseball field, because it's been important to a lot of kids and families in the Mountain View neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. And then our last speaker, I believe, is Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, you may unmute yourself. Speaker 650207. There you go.
Yes. Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted now.
Thank you. $8 to $10 million. Is this? It seems way too much, especially if it's all paid by the bond as an add-on. Let's think about this. What started off as a small project has ballooned. Sit on it for a year. People on the board have talked about using temporary strong fencing to try out things. And an alpha test, a beta test with strong fencing, a gamma test. Those construction fences can be bought in all sorts of different versions, and you can make it strong enough so people won't be coming through. This is a giant project that's far from classrooms. Last bond cycle, $250,000 would not be released at Graham for the science teachers who wanted sinks. They wanted one sink for every 4 students. So don't get into this rebuilding the Montaloma campus. Please vote no, but try to put in those temporary fences to try things. Please vote no on this maybe $250,000 start to this giant revisioning. What about the access that's needed in the backside of Castro over to Middlefield? What about the access that is safe access for students going to school that's needed at Graham Middle School on the backside of that? So students don't all have to go around to Castro and down El Camino and down the alleyways by El Camino. There's other things that could be done in other parts of this community that have things having to do with their fields that really should be up in the air competing for this $8 to $10 million. So I urge you to vote no at this time. Let the administration test things and then come back after they've done an.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Please feel free to send in any further comments you may have as well to the board via email. We will now move on to comments from trustees. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you, President Connolly. I recognize that this is a just seeking priority one funding for the architects, which I think that the community, there was some misunderstanding the community as in like that we are voting on the project. We're voting on hiring people to help us with the community process. I think it should be said. I am a bit concerned that we are moving an item that was not specifically discussed in the master facility plan to priority one, all the while in the past when I mentioned the concern of us not investing in science and art rooms, which is in the first 5 words of our ballot statement on Measure T, with needs mentioned as former trustee Nelson mentioned, there are needs in science there. And that has been kind of put aside because it was not in the master facility discussion. So here we have the situation where science investments are not done, despite the fact that I think many voters assumed they would be just by reading the ballot itself, which most people just rely on that, is not discussed yet. We are discussing elevating investments in a park, facilities that will actually not directly be used by the students, at least. I mean, kids, students already have access to park. I put that out there. Just I urge the board to consider us continuing to look at the ballot language of Measure T and make sure we honor that. Related to this, that I do hope that we can convey to the community better faith that if we pass this, this is a pretty large. We're putting $700,000 down on architects. I think that should show the community we're really serious about this process. I am concerned that of who will these architects respond to? Will the city see them as just responding to the district, or will they see them as equally, like, who is the boss of these architects? Because I really do believe the city has to pay for this, has to pay the lion's share of this process if it's largely solely for public benefit. I support there being daytime use in Monte Loma having a legitimate park. I believe a city should pay for it. I believe it's fair to have go back to the language of our 2000 joint use agreement that talked about park improvements requiring mutual agreement. I think that forgoing this idea of long-term leases, trying to sell land, I wouldn't support those, but going to the language of our 2000 agreement that said, okay, when we talk about parks, any changes require mutual agreement, recognizing in Monte Loma, we won't likely change on either side. Monte Loma is a maturely built community. The likelihood of the school district needing to reuse that park for school growth is unlikely. The likelihood of Monte Loma demographically changing, as in with more housing, given that these homes already built there. It's a stable community. So I think joint use is the way to go to get the city to feel trust the district in investing and paying the lion's share. Because if this comes back to the district and asking for Measure T funds to pay for the estimated $6 to $7 million to do the redesign, I support the architects. I hope the architects will be responsive to the city as well as us, but I will not support Measure T funds paying for the park. I believe that is city responsibility. And I believe the city will only pay for it if we provide them a secure mutual agreement that no future change to this park will happen without them and us agreeing, which I think is a good relationship building process that could serve us in other agreements that we have with the city in the future. Thank you.
Well, Trustee Chang, it wasn't clear to me, I appreciate your comments, but it wasn't clear to me whether you're planning to vote for the recommended
I support voting for the architects, but if the process leads to us seeking Measure T funds to pay for the lion's share of the park, I can't kind of explain to myself how we would use a school bond to pay for a community benefit. That's really a city benefit. But I do believe that the city needs assurances from us that this is a true community park. And I believe that mutual agreement would be the way there. So I will be voting in favor of the architects as paying for the architects as a priority one item. Yeah.
Just to clarify, the item itself, I believe the vote is on not just the money for the architect, but moving this project into priority one. It's not committing further money towards it, but it's, if my understanding is correct, Dr. Rudolph, it's moving all of the projects that were already in the master facilities plan that had to do with the open space. So the outdoor classrooms, the, if we could pull up that slide that lists the different, so it's, I think we're discussing moving forward items that were already on the master facilities plans, but some of them were priority 2 or priority 3.
Right, so this would include outdoor learning spaces. It would include the possibility of redoing the playgrounds, so that, you know, one of the things we did over at Lando's was an all-inclusive playground. It's possible that this could also become the second spot that we have it. So it's bringing all of those up to the forefront, but it's not committing ourselves to doing it, but it's saying it's the recognition that we have an architect to do the work, and what you're essentially permitting staff to do is spend time on this particular project. And then, you know, we don't know what the budget of it's going to be, and we don't know what the actual costs are, and we still have to work to do on the joint use agreement. But in order to go down this road, which is going to take a lot of work, staff's requesting that you have to move these items up, and that also brings the cost in line so that, you know, we can see sort of where we are. You know, we are not saying that down the road, you know, this is the cost, nor are we saying that we're bearing the cost ourselves. But in order for us to figure out what the costs are, in order for us to go through this process and engage all the stakeholders, there is a considerable amount of work and time that's going to be spent on this project that was never envisioned at this time when we first went through the bond. Because obviously our primary focus was to address the safety and security. And that, if you look at the flyers that were sent out by the individuals who did the campaigning, it clearly states that it was cameras, lighting, solar, HVAC, shade structures, and those things. It never once envisioned for us to do this work. But the $9 million is reflective of all of this work. And I think, you know, it does give us the opportunity to do some things that are a little bit more creative, that can incorporate a lot of other things like outdoor learning spaces, you know, sort of moving the portables, which was in there before. And that's what we're asking for the ability to do. And then as we come up with the final cost, we'll be able to get on the talk with the city and keep our conversations going about what comes next and sort of who's sharing what costs and why.
And then still just trying to clarify my understanding, the student population at Mauna Loma is based on our current boundaries. But for example, if we don't have a site in North Bayshore, there would be a lot of those students, or East Wisman, some of those students would actually be already designated for Mauna Loma. Is that correct?
Correct. So if you look at our current boundaries, we do not have a school for East Wisman students. They would go to Vargas, which is already close to capacity. And then we currently, Moffett Field is bused over to Monte Loma, and they drive past their call. Monte Loma is our largest elementary school in terms of its ability to hold students. And it only makes sense that if we cannot find a solution for Terabella, North Bay Shore, and East Westman, plus the change in the R4 zoning, then R3, sorry, then the second requirement that we would have to have, or sort of the safety valve that we have, is the two largest elementary schools that we have. The first one being Montaloma, the second one being Therakoff, and technically the third one would be Wistman. We would have to explore the options of utilizing all those to capture as many students as we can, because the projected numbers is twice as many students as, or 50% increase in students. And we've already started seeing townhomes being built. And so we have to come up with a long-term solution for all of those students, not only there, but also at the middle schools. And so this is as I mentioned to the city, one of our major concerns, and I think I said this yesterday, is that it's possible you can put 700 kids over there. But if you put 700 kids on that space, there's going to be different constraints and different needs that we have to take into account too. So it is, we have to be cognizant of all these moving pieces and their impact on, in this case, in Montaloma, and how we utilize the space.
And the city is currently considering rezoning R3 with an overlay that would increase the households in the city by 9,000 households. And my understanding from, they haven't voted on anything yet, so we can't even begin our demographic studies until they do. But the entire strip across Ringstore from the Montaloma neighborhood is slated to go up significantly in density if that R3 zoning goes through. So there may be some changes in that student population and the numbers that have to be there and how that site is used based on the future development that the city council is planning. I saw multiple hands come up. Trustee Berman.
Sorry. I just want to add a little bit of my own perspective, but definitely want to thank the community members for participating in these conversations and our staff. So I did a little bit of research this week around our neighboring cities. I was over in Palo Alto and I was just checking out schools this side of Oregon Expressway and found that at the school sites, there were some significant parks within a 2 to 8 minute walk from the actual school sites. And these parks were at least 4 acres to 22 acres, but there wasn't one that wasn't less than the 4 acres. And they were all within walking distance from the school. At the school sites themselves, and this was prime walking, dog walking hour, it was around 7 o'clock. There were hardly any people on campus, but when I drove by the nearest parks, they were just full of people playing sports and socializing and kids playing. And there sort of really appeared to be a distinction in that neighborhood or in those neighborhoods between the city parks and school parks. I feel like that really stands in contrast with how things are here in Mountain View. And I know that this is what we've been talking about. And I know it's because there's a lack of open space, but it really helped me understand why there's such a demand from our community to use our open space, and why we have staff members too that are interacting with our neighbors during the day. These are just our neighbors that are trying to get some exercise, to play, to be out in an open space, and this is what's available to them. And so I think I am voting yes on this. I'm interested in having an architect come and have an inclusive process that brings everybody together to think about solutions that are going to work. We have a community that's really has come to see the school sites as city parks, and it's reinforced by the signs they see, and it's reinforced by a search on Google Maps. When we look for parks, the schools come up as parks. It's reinforced by our own city website. When we do a search for city parks, they come up without mentioning that they're schools. And the problem is that there isn't enough open space in our city. And there's challenges around that. And we've been feeling the frustration from our community. And this frustration and this challenge is one that we've inherited from previous generations of city leadership. And now we are the leaders now, and we own this problem. And I feel like this is something we need to address in our community. We need to address this issue now for the needs of the community now, and also recognize that there's going to be needs in the future. President Conley, you mentioned that our community has changed so much, and it's going to continue to change, and we're going to see more people with the construction, and we really need to be mindful. So I think if we can't count on Monte Loma being as quiet as it is right now, because we have a responsibility to put students in schools and make things equitable as well. So at the end of the day, I just want to say that I understand how our parks are open spaces in such demand, and I understand why. I'm sorry to see our community in the place where we are now, that we're having to confront this problem. But I'm really proud that we are taking the leadership here and fixing something that feels wrong. Now that we understand the problem, we're gonna do better. So I'm excited about this inclusive process and bringing an architect on to help us.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. I very much appreciate your comments. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so I appreciate all this conversation. I appreciate the in-depth work and conversation that our board and our community have been through for many, many months. I am very much in favor of us continuing the work, not, stalling it through temporary fences or something. I'm glad that we're taking this next step, the recommendation is that we take this next step. I plan to vote for the recommended action as well. One of the biggest issues for me was addressed by Superintendent Rudolph's comments, and that was, at what point is the city going to get involved, and at what point are they going to be included with paying for all this? So, I'm a little nervous about this money too, but I think this is the right decision at this point in time. So I'm going to vote for the item.
Trustee Chang.
Hearing our discussion here, I have some real concerns about us not being able to, as a board, kind of commit to the city that their investments will be there for the long term. So Monte Roma now has 284 students enrolled for a 460 student site. It's our largest under enrolled campus. But when we speak language that city zoning changes or future development will lead us to need to repurpose field space to accommodate that capacity. If I was the city, I would wonder, why would I pay money for a park if you are kind of hedging that maybe you'll actually need to repurpose that space to expand the campus. I believe that because that campus is so deeply under enrolled, there is room to address those possible scenarios, all the while allowing us to provide some security to the city. And I think it needs to come from the board. If the board's not willing to say, and I don't think the board should say, let's sell it. I don't think we should sell it. I don't believe the board should say 100-year lease, as some members of the public are saying. I don't believe in those things, but I believe that using the language we had in 2000, in that mutual agreement of that what you do there, we will not change unless we both agree, because how we work as partners, as a wedding between us and regarding these fields. I believe that could get the city to trust us. But if our language is here, well, we expect you, the city, to pay for it. But if you change your residential zoning, if you don't do something in North Bay Shore, we're going to undo what you do in a park. I just can't understand them paying for it. And I can't understand us paying for this redesign alone. So like if the board can't provide some language to the district on like giving assurance to the city, I'm changing my mind. I'll be voting no on approving architects without the city being part of paying for this. If right now we can't come to some agreement to actually give the city the assurances that will lead to any highly likelihood of them investing in this.
I will quickly point out that we are in the process of working on a joint use agreement with the city for Mauna Loma because the previous agreement has expired and it's been expired for a while. That discussion around that process is something that the board is actively doing. It's hard. These overlap, the topics overlap, but that is also a different agenda item, the joint use agreement on Mauna Loma. It's gonna start to dovetail. And so I appreciate you bringing it up, Trustee Chang, but I think that we're gonna address it in there as well. Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Wheeler.
Just very briefly, I was going to say that I think we're putting the cart before the horse to try to negotiate that piece of it now. And I agree with what you just said, Trustee Conley, but I do support this motion. I think this is the right thing to do for all the things that my colleagues, in particular, Trustee Berman said so eloquently. And I very much hope, as I've said before in prior meetings, that this will be a very inclusive process that involves the various players, in particular, the community members of Mauna Loma. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
So what I was going to say is my interpretation of more students coming to Mauna Loma is different than the conclusion that Trustee Chang makes, which is I think if we have more students on the in the school, we need more park space, more green space. It's not that because there's more students, there's going to be more buildings. I can't predict, but it would surprise me if we added more buildings there. So I think, we should work on the issues that we have in front of us. I'm ready to make a motion if.
I would like to make one more comment and then absolutely. Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. So I've talked about this before, but in terms of stewardship of district resources, our land is kind of one of the only resources we have. It is probably the most significant asset of the district. It certainly bests our bonding capacity or the money that we get from the state and from our tax revenue changes. It's incredibly significant. And I don't think just about my time on the board, but I think about 5, 10, 20 years from now, what are the impacts of the decisions that we make here? So I'm very concerned about process and input and really deeply addressing any changes in funding or spending, which is part of why I am comfortable voting for the allocation for the architect tonight, because we have spent over, is it 9 months now? Have we made a baby? We have spent over 9 months on this process of discussing Mauna Loma, fencing, getting community input. We did not turn on a dime and decide this overnight, which I know because I brought it up last August to get community input on fences. I was really anxious about it. And so I am comfortable with where we are now in paying for the architect. I agree with a lot of the comments here that we need to own this problem. We need to exhibit leadership, and we do expect the city to exhibit leadership as well. We know that we're going to work on a joint use agreement for Mauna Loma Park regardless of whether we do something or not. And so that's definitely something that's going to be happening. The terms of that agreement will be sticky. Trustee Chang, I'm not sure what those terms will be. But I think having an up-to-date agreement, of course, gives trust and security to all of the parties involved. So I think that, that makes a lot of sense. And we appreciate all of the community input and time and effort that's gone into this, as well as the time and effort of staff on both the district and the city's part. Trustee Wheeler, you had a motion?
Yeah, I'm going to read from the language in the agenda. So I move that the Board of Trustees approve moving the Mauna Loma Field open space reconfiguration to a priority 1 item and approve moving forward with the selection of an architect
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Berman, 4 trustees, trustee Wheeler, trustee Berman, trustee Blakely, and trustee Conley voted to approve moving the Monaloma Field open space reconfiguration to a priority 1 item and approved moving forward with the selection of an architect. Trustee Chang voted in opposition. Thank you very much, trustees. We need a motion to extend the meeting and then we need a bio break. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, you read my mind. So we've had such rich discussion in our meeting tonight. I think we need to extend the meeting, and I'm going to move that we extend the meeting to a maximum of midnight and hope that we can move along some of these other items, because I, like a lot of all of us, I'm very interested in a live presentation on the iReady diagnostic assessment data overview.
We have a lot of nuts and bolts to get through, but it will be great to get to that rich. The heart of our work is academics, right? It'll be great to get to that. Is there a second?
Hope we can do it more quickly, but I will second the motion.
Okay. On a motion made by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Blakely, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The board unanimously votes to extend the meeting until midnight. We will take a 5-minute break because we are almost up to 4 hours. Thank you. All right, welcome back, trustees. We will now move on to item 8C, schematic design drawings, budget, and schedule for the site lighting at various sites project with Dr. Westover, our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening again. With me tonight, just in case there are a few questions, we have Chad Hamilton, Jason Cave, and Ken Nuggy, who is our engineer.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Well, Dr. Westover, I'm assuming there's not a presentation because we discussed this at our last board meeting and tonight is the vote.
There's a presentation uploaded, but I'm happy to forego it since it's all information. Actually, you haven't seen the schedule timeline or the design budget, but since it's uploaded to the agenda, if the board would like to save time, we can forego the presentation.
Trustees, thumbs up, thumbs down? Thumbs up, just move right in? Okay. All right, are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Quick question about the budget. Do we anticipate that between the sites that are getting lighting, that there's going to be some sites are getting more of the budget than others?
So the site lighting process was defined by what was a need for the site for the pathway lighting. So yes, some sites need more lighting and others need less, but it was based on the photometric survey. So it wasn't each school gets this amount, it's what does the school need based on the photometric survey.
Any other questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no public comments, is there a comment or a motion from trustees? Trustee Chang.
In the past, I explained that I, on this item, will not be voting in support. However, as I've done in the past, if it is the majority's will of the board to support this, when it comes to future contract needs to approve, I will support that. I will support the will of the board, as I did with the signage. And so just kind of, again, the reason I'll be a no vote is that the final budget price tag of close to $3 million. Having taken the time to go and visit each of these schools after midnight and looking at how dark they were, there are some schools that are really dark and that totally need investments, that they are unsafe at their current condition, and we should care about the safety of our teachers who have to go there early mornings or late afternoons. But there are some school sites that, if we're talking about lights that are used for the time of year to feel safe to walk to your classrooms in those early mornings in those months, or to go home in the late evenings, I just didn't see that every single school site that's specified in this report being that dark as being out, having just seen what I was looking at. So regrettably, I wish the item was a smaller price tag. And for that reason, I'll be a no vote. But if the will of the board to support this, I will fully support all contracts related to this item once it passes.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, to save time, I'm going to make a motion. If other people want to make comments first, let me know. But I'm going to make a motion that we approve the schematic design, budget, and schedule for the site lighting at various sites project as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, 4 members of the board, President Conley, Trustee Wheeler, Trustee Berman, and Trustee Blakely, voted to approve the schematic designs, drawings, budget, and schedule for the site lighting at various sites project, with Trustee Chang voting in opposition. We will now move on to item, thank you to everyone who came to support us this evening and discuss that. We'll move on to item 8D, schematic design drawings, budget, and schedule for the community restrooms at various sites, again with Dr. Westover.
Good evening, board. So I think I'll make the same offer again if the board would like to forego the presentation. Okay.
We appreciate all of your work putting the presentations together. We all read the packets very thoroughly, and we're glad the information is available for the public. Questions from trustees? We'll move to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom using the raised hand function or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there comments or a motion from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I move that the board approve the schematic design budget and schedule for the community restrooms at various sites project as presented.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board unanimously voted to approve the schematic designs, drawings, budget, and schedule for the community restrooms at various sites projects. We will now move on to item 8E, the California Dashboard Local Indicators. Dr. Westover.
I believe this is trustee Jeff Chang.
Hi, trustees. So staff is presenting the district's local indicator data, which will be included on the California dashboard for approval. This data was shared for review and discussion at the June 3rd meeting. And so the presentation is included for reference, and staff would like to recommend that the board approves the local indicators as presented.
Are there any questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment, are there comments or a motion from trustees?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the local indicators as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On the motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to approve the local indicators as presented. Moving on to item 8F, the 2021 through 24 Local Control Accountability Plan, Annual Update, Federal Addendum, and Budget Overview for Parents with our Director of Federal, State, and Strategic Plans, or Federal, State, and Strategic Programs, Jeff Chang.
So similarly, staff is presenting the district's new LCAP, the Local Controlled Accountability Plan for 2021 to 2024, the 2020 to 2021 Federal Addendum, the 2020 to 2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan Annual Update, the 2019 LCAP Annual Update, and the Budget Overview for Parents for approval. Just a note, similar to the previous item, these plans were presented during the public hearing for review at the June 3rd meeting, and the presentation is included for reference. So there were two changes, however, that were made to the 2021-2024 LCAP since the June 3rd meeting. Number one was the budgeted amount for the Director of Equity, and it was adjusted to better represent the cost of that position. And number two was that the number of at-risk supervisors has been expanded from 7 full-time equivalents to 12, so that every school site will have one FTE, and at Grand Middle School, they will have 2 FTE. This decision was made in efforts to better support the needs of students as we transition back to full-time in-person learning. Additionally, one member of the public asked questions during the public hearing, and a copy of the written response was included for reference. So the staff would like to recommend that the board approves the 2021 to 2024 Local Control Accountability Plan, the 2020 to 2021 Federal Addendum, the 2020 to 2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan Annual Update, and the 2019 to 2020 Local Control Accountability Plan Annual Update, and the Budget Overview for Parents as presented.
Are there any questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no public comments, we will move on to comments from trustees or a motion. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I move that the board approve the 2021 through 24 local control accountability plan, 2020-21 federal addendum, 2020-21 learning continuity and attendance plan annual update, and 2019-2020 local control accountability plan annual update and local control accountability plan budget overview for parents as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Wheeler and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to approve the 2021-24 Local Control Accountability Plan, 2020-2021 Federal Addendum, 2020-2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan Annual Update, 2019-2020 Local Control Accountability Plan Annual Update, and Local Control Accountability Plan Budget Overview for Parents as presented. We will move on to item 8G, tentative agreement with the Mountain View Educators Association with our Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Victor. Oh, or Dr. Westover.
Good evening. I'm going to do this part for Tara. So presented to the board today is a tentative agreement with MVEA for a 4% raise retro for this school year. And I guess wanting to extend thanks to the teachers again for all of their hard work this year. I think everyone is very well aware of the additional effort that all of our teachers had to put in throughout this year of the distance learning and then coming back in person.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees? Okay, we will move to public comment. If you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no comments, we will move on to comments from trustees or a motion. Trustee Blakely.
I move that the board approve the tentative agreement between the Mountain View Educators Association, MVEA, and the Mountain View Wisconsin School District as presented.
Second.
Oh, I'm going to give that one to Trustee Berman. All those in favor? On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board unanimously voted to approve the tentative agreement between the Mountain View Educators Association and the Mountain View Wisconsin School District as presented. We are so thankful for our teachers, and we are so thankful for this agreement as well. Moving on to item 8H, the hourly and substitute hourly salary increases with Dr. Westover.
So bringing to the board an increase of 4% to our hourly employees to reflect what we've offered to others.
Are there questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We do not appear to have any comments at this time. Are there comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Blakely.
Trustee Berman was going for it.
Okay,
oh.
I'll go. I'm watching the mute button. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the salary schedule that reflects an increase for the 2021-22 school year. Am I on the right one? Yes. Hourly and substitute hourly employee as presented.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Trustee Berman, Trustee Chang got that one.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Chang, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to approve the attached salary schedules that reflect an increase for the 2021-2022 school year for hourly and substitute hourly employees. Moving on to item 8I, the Assistant Superintendent salary increase with Superintendent Rudolph.
Good evening. So I, similar to our teachers and our hourly employees and our classified union, am requesting that we do a retroactive salary increase for our assistant superintendents who have been working under their current contract to reflect the 4% raise that has been given to other employees.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there any questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no public comments at this time, are there comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Chang.
Just a quick comment, perhaps a motion after that. It's just that there's been so much research showing how, in addition to the amazing and difficult work and traumatic year this has been for educators, for administrators as well. And just like, I know pay doesn't show or can't equate our full appreciation, but this has been a crazy year for administrators and for the leaders in our districts. And I just want to, all of us thank them for that, for what they've been doing. And
Here before you make the motion. Yes, thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
I think
I'll let somebody else make the motion there. Thank you.
No,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I move that the board approve the attached contracts that reflect a 4% increase for the 2021 school year for the following employees: the Chief Academic Officer, Kathy Bauer, the Chief Business Officer, Dr. Westover, and the Chief Human Relations Officer, Tara Bickford.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the Board of Trustees voted unanimously to approve the attached contracts that reflect a 4% increase for the 2020-2021 school year for the following employees: Chief Academic Officer Kathy Bauer, Chief Business Officer Dr. Rebecca Westover, and Chief Human Relations Officer Tara Bickford. We will now move on to item 8J, approval of contract for employment for Superintendent Allende Rudolph. Dr. Westover.
Good evening again. So I am presenting the contract for Dr. Rudolph, which includes a 4% raise, as well as 4% going into a retirement account of his choice, as well as the home loan.
Are there any questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no public comments, are there comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Blakely.
I recommend that the Board of Trustees make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the contract for employment with Dr. Allende Rudolph for superintendent.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to approve the contract for employment with Dr. Allende Rudolph for superintendent. We will now move on to, and for all of our contracts and our raises and everyone, I know we moved through that quickly, but I cannot tell you how excited and at peace we all are with being able to recognize everyone at every level of our organization for a tremendous year. Moving on to item 8K, resolution number 01061721, education protection account. Dr. Westover.
This is the same information that we presented during the last board meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Any questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment, are there comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Blakely.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve resolution number 01-061721 for the proposed uses of the education protection account funds as identified on the list in the materials.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Berman, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to approve, sorry, Trustee Wheeler, resolution number 01061721 as presented. Item 8L 2021-2022 budget adoption with Dr. Westover.
Hello. I also have Nadia Pongo with me tonight, who is our director. And let me share my screen. In the essence of time, I'm going to flip through the first few slides really quickly because they were presented during the last board meeting. And during the last board meeting, there was a request to see what our MYP would look like with the projected 4% that was provided to all of our units. So in the third year out, it brings us to 17.64% for our reserve level.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Westover and Ms. Pongo. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. I think I know I've asked the iterations of this question in the past, and I just should try and get some more context. So I thank you for that slide with our agreements of what our surplus, our reserve will look like, and getting close to what the board's requested of what the reserve should be. That 3 million deficit at that level. Are there areas where you think we will need to look at making some changes or cuts in order to reduce that 3 million deficit past that 2023?
You know, at this point, I don't think it would be prudent to be looking at cuts just yet because we are conservative in our estimations, especially for AV growth. And I think if we're starting to see in our current fiscal year or the next fiscal year out that we're looking at a major deficit, that's when I think we'd be more prudent to start talking about cuts. But I think I also want to be very mindful of when we talk about our budget holistically and cuts, I don't want to send our teachers or the public into a panic. I think we are in a very, very good position financially, if that helps.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there further questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no public comments at this time, are there comments from trustees or a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. Oh,
Go
ahead. Sorry.
I would like to, I messed up. I would like to make a comment if nobody else has a comment before we make the motion. The fact that the board has set as a guideline that we want to maintain a reserve level of between 17 to 20% is what gave us the flexibility to respond almost immediately to the pandemic when our students were sent home from schools. We had the liquidity in our budget to be able to go one-to-one and to be able to immediately invest in things that would support distance learning for the upcoming school year when many other districts across the county and the country were not able to respond so nimbly. And that is precisely because of the reserve level that we maintain. It is exactly for something as catastrophic as an international pandemic. Trustee Berman.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we approve the 2021-2022 budget as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Berman and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board voted unanimously to approve the 2021-2022 budget as presented. We will now move on to item 8M, approval of Brown Act commitment regarding agenda descriptions with Dr. Rudolph.
All right, so staff is asking that we approve a Brown Act commitment regarding agenda descriptions that was submitted by a community member. And it is our commitment that we will provide a little bit more information when community members submit an item. And also when a community member, when we do board retreats, that we'll put a little bit more information in to remedy this concern that was raised.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there any questions from trustees? If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We do not appear to have any public comment at this time. Are there any comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Chang.
I just wanted to make a quick comment that I really appreciated that the district has been doing a lot to make it usually accessible on how to find out what board meetings are and what topics are going out there. I think this pandemic has created a lot of rooms for a lot of innovations, have made our meetings much more accessible, and our use of social media and letting the public know what topics are coming up. I think that on the user level of, the spirit of the Brown Act is to make ourselves available to the public to engage. And I think on the spirit of the Brown Act, I think our district has really done an exemplary job and been innovative in meeting that spirit.
I couldn't agree more, Trustee Chang. Are there further comments or a motion from trustees?
I'll make the motion then. I move that the board approve the Brown Act commitment pursuant in the Government Code, section 54960.2 C1, and provide the notification in response to the cease and desist letter.
Second.
All those in favor? On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Berman, the board voted unanimously to approve the Brown Act commitment pursuant to Government Code section 54960.2 C1 and provide notification in response to the cease and desist letter. We'll move on to item 8N, which was moved at the beginning of our agenda. So if you've been with us this long and you don't know where this came from, it was when we established our agenda earlier this evening. And we will hear from Dr. Westover.
Good evening again. We asked to move this item into the agenda so we could change the recommended action. This action needs to be changed to allow the superintendent to execute the contract. Once it is DSA approved, this will allow us to apply for state funding if it were to become available. DSA is running a bit slow right now, so we were unable to get DSA approval prior to bringing this to the board tonight. Ordinarily, we would bump it to the next board meeting, but because we want to get this done during the summer and this is our last board meeting, we're asking the board to give authorization to the superintendent to act on this contract. This is something that has been done in the past under Measure G.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there any questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no public comments, are there comments from trustees or a motion? Trustee Blakely.
I'm not sure I'm going to say this right, but I move that the board authorize Superintendent Rudolph approving the contract once the DSA approval has been obtained.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the board unanimously voted to approve the contract for the Mariana Castro Elementary School and Thurcaf Elementary School paving and utilities project to Silicon Valley Paving, Inc. in the amount of $309,600 once the project is approved by the DSA. We will now move on to item 9A. Thank you, trustees. The iReady Diagnostic 3 Assessment Data Overview with our Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment.
Thank you so much, and good evening, trustees. It is a pleasure to be here this evening to present to you our end of the year Diagnostic 3 iReady data. We have celebrations, successes to celebrate, and we have some focuses that we have identified that help us guide our future instructional decisions. But before I start, I would like to give a shout out to our teachers, staff, parents, and most importantly to our students for persevering through this year. It was quite a challenging year for everyone. In a second, I will present my screen. And here we go. Our work is aligned with the strategic plan, goal area 1, which is effective and consistent instructional practices that meet the needs of all of our students. What we see over here is the first data report, which is the tiered report. It talks about our students have moved from diagnostic 1 with 57% proficiency in August to 71% proficiency, students that are on or above grade level at the end of the year. I also want to point out the reduction in the tier 2 and tier 3 students. That means students that are below grade level. We see a lot of reduction in both the tiers. What you see over here is a breakup of the tiered report by 5 tiers. And this really brings out the on grade level and the mid and above grade level. Clearly, we can see the improvements in proficiency across the tiers here. This report is another way to look at that data, but this is broken down by school. So we see the diagnostic 1 comparison and the diagnostic 3 comparison. The little faded line at the bottom is the diagnostic 1 that students took in August, and the one on top, D3, is the diagnostic in end of May that students took. Continued on with the school by school report. These are the rest of our schools. Again, if you want, what we really see is the reduction in the yellow and the red and the increase in the proficiency for tier 1 greens. What we have over here is the comparative by grade level. So kinder all the way to 5th grades or elementary grades. I'd like to point out the remarkable work that we see with our first graders. They not only increased students in on or above grade level from 45 to 73%, our first graders, we see almost a 25% reduction in tier 2, from 49% students in tier 2 to 24 at the end of the year. This is the by grade level report for our middle school students for reading. Again, all 3 tiers, we have seen improvements. This is the report that makes me really happy. And the reason it does is because we see a change in proficiency with upward arrows for our significant subgroups. All of our significant subgroups made growth ranging from 7 to 13%. I'd like to point out our reclassified students made 13% growth, which is comparable to our English only students that increased by 13% from beginning of the year till end of the year too. This is another ethnicity subgroup report for our Asian, Hispanic, Latino, and white kids. Our Hispanic, Latino subgroup, student subgroup, and Asian subgroup made comparable proficiency growth, 12% proficiency change. And we're very pleased to see our subgroup data growth and positive changes. But we also know that we will continue working with our significant subgroups to reduce our achievement gaps. What we have over here is the reading placement growth. This graph actually shows the percentage of students that made growth in placement or improved placement from diagnostic 1 in August to end of the year diagnostic 3. We see here 61% of our students district-wide have improved placement, 30% remained the same, and 9% went down. This is another way to look at the report, but this compares the mid-year diagnostic, which was in December, with the end of the year diagnostic in D3. And we see that all schools had students that improved placement or made improvement across tiered placement. So a summary of our reading data. For Diagnostic 3, we had 71% of our students that met or exceeded standards in Tier 1. 29% of our students did not meet standards. Our significant subgroups that met or exceeded are in Tier 1, socioeconomically disadvantaged, 37%. Our English language learners are 26% in Tier 1. Our RFEP students, reclassified students, are 65%. And our students with disabilities, 31% are in Tier 1. For our significant subgroup, 90% of our Asian students are met or exceeded standards, 41% of our Hispanic and Latino students, and 84% of our white students. Again, recap of the improved placement report. We have 19% of the students district-wide that moved from mid-year to end of the year or improved placement within the tiers or across tiers. Now I'm going to share with you some math information and math data. Again, the tiered report, and we see the improvement in proficiency in math from 48% at the beginning of the year to 67% at the end of the year. I also like to point out the placement by domains that you see here. All scores improved in number operations, algebra, in measurement and statistics, as well as geometry. And again, I want to point out, and I'm extremely proud to say this, that we have improved our Tier 2 from 34% to 20%, which is a 14% reduction in students that are one grade level below. The 5-tier report, again, a change in proficiency stands out with this report. The comparative by school, from Diagnostic 1 to Diagnostic 3, for all schools, we see that we made growth. Same report for the rest of the schools. Now we have math by grade level. So we look at improvement in all the tiers. And something to point out here would be, for me, first and second graders, we reduced the Tier 2 students by 19%. And in third grade, the reduction in Tier 2 by 20%. Some really good growth. That means the kiddos are moving, our students are moving from Tier 2 to Tier 1 and improving. Instructionally, if you look at it, third grade where math is where it gets into problem solving, fractions, multiplication, and multi-digit problem solving. So making this much growth is some good work. This is the report for our middle schools. Again, we see improvement across tiers. The next report I have for you is our subgroup data. Again, our significant subgroups, we see improvement for all of our significant subgroups. What's noteworthy here is our RFEP students and our English-only students made the same growth in proficiency from beginning of the year till end of the year. We also see our socioeconomically disadvantaged students and our students with disabilities and our ELs made good growth. Our ethnicity subgroup comparative data, our Hispanic Latino students improved 16% from beginning of the year till end of the year. Our Asian students improved 17%. Again, comparable data within our Asian subgroup and our Hispanic Latino subgroup. Our white students proficiency change was 21% from beginning till end of the year. The placement report, like we had seen for reading, now it is for math. It shows the percent of students that improved placement. So district-wide, we have 55% of our students that improved placement within the tier or across tiers. This is the improved placement report from the mid-year diagnostic to end of the year diagnostic. We had 35% of our students district-wide in December that had improved, and at the end of the year, we were at 55%. So a summary of our math data points, we had about 66 to 67% of our students that were in tier 1 met or exceeded standards on diagnostic 3. 34% did not meet standards. For our significant subgroup data, again, ELs, 23% are in tier 1. For SEDs, we have 30%. Our RFEP kids are 61%, and our students with disabilities, 29%. Similarly, for our ethnicity data, we have 91% of our Asian students that are in tier 1, 34% of our Hispanic and Latino students, and 80% of our white students. District-wide, we made 20% improvement in placement from mid-year diagnostic till end of the year diagnostic. What I'm going to share with you now is the annual typical growth report. Annual typical growth is basically tells us what growth would be typical or expected from a student in a year at that grade and placement level. So if a student achieves the typical growth, it means the student is making progress as expected. What you see here is the percentage of students that met their typical growth by school. And the district-wide average is 55% of our students achieved 100% of their annual typical growth in reading, and 47% of the students district-wide achieved 100% of their typical growth in math. We see here the typical growth by grade level. You will notice that the least percentage of kindergartners met their annual growth in both reading and math. And most in 7th grade, most percentage of students met their typical growth in reading. So what are some data trends that we see so far based on our data that we have for Diagnostic 3? We see that all schools made growth in proficiency and in reducing students in tier 2 and tier 3. A lot of hard work from everyone, adults, students, teachers, staff members, parents, everybody. And it's kudos to all the hard work that has gone in this. We do see improved placement from beginning of the year till end of the year. And 55% of our students district-wide met their typical growth in reading, and 47% met their typical growth in math. We do know that 5th graders made the most progress towards meeting their typical growth, and 7th graders made their most growth in reading. Our kindergartners, our youngest learners, they made least progress. We do know that early years are important to build that strong foundation. And distance learning may have a role to play in this, but this is because they're young, 5 and 6 year olds. Some of them, this was the first time they were at school and it was virtual. So we have to keep into account all of those factors as well, but definitely something that could guide instructional decisions as we move forward at each of our sites. We know that even though all of our subgroups made growth, extremely proud and celebrate the success, we have continued work to do and use this data to continue our work with reducing our achievement gaps and guiding instructional decisions. Math continues to be an area of focus for us across grade levels. But when we look at all of these data trends, behind, you may have heard me say this before, behind every data point is a story. Behind every assessment, we have considerations. So as we look at these data trends, some considerations to keep in perspective. This was the first year we had all 3 diagnostic assessments for iReady. But all the 3 assessments, not all of them had the same testing conditions. The first diagnostic and the second diagnostic were administered virtually because we were in distance learning. And the third diagnostic was a combination of virtual and in-person. We do know that a small percent of our students didn't finish the assessment, even though multiple attempts were made by staff. And we acknowledge that academic performance could be impacted by challenges that were presented with distance learning. So keeping all of these in our mind, some next steps for us. We will continue to analyze and review our data to identify our strengths and focus areas. Something great about data is you can keep digging deeper into it and draw inferences, get data trends, and use that to drive instructional decisions district-wide and at the site level. In the fall, when we take the iReady assessment in August, it will give us 3 years of data comparatives for D1. So the first one was August 2019. The second one was this August 2020, this school year, and the third one will be in 2021. We align our instructional supports and priorities, and we will work with aligning them for our learning recovery plan and strategic plan as we move forward into our upcoming school year. And as we get our kids back in person in fall, there are opportunities for reducing the learning gaps through whole group instruction, really targeted small group instructional strategies, honing in on strengths and focuses for kids to drive that small group instruction support, opportunities for differentiated learning and differentiated instruction, and of course, using our RTI program to support student needs. As we celebrate our successes that are evidenced in data, we will continue to use this to guide our work and address student needs and support students at all levels. But as I wrap up today, I want to give a shout out and kudos to all of our teachers, our staff members, our parents and students, and the support from our board of trustees. Thank you so much for helping us and for everyone making it through this challenging year and still seeing growth at all levels. That is it from my end. And I will open it up for questions.
I know I have lots of questions, but we'll see. Do other trustees have questions? I'm sure you do. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Thank you so much to celebrate. Question about the certain places where there's a drop off. Starting off with in reading, there seems to be a kind of a drop between that 3rd and 4th grade. And is any of that corresponding to like a shift between students kind of, learning to read versus reading to learn? And is that a pivot point? And there also seems to be another pivot point on for math between 5th grade and then when they start middle school. So like so those two are those two indeed junctures, given that there seems to be a shift? So reading between 3rd and 4th grade, and then for math between 5th grade and middle school.
So that's a great question. And that is a point where the instruction or the standards kind of ramp up a little bit, but at the same time, it would be really difficult to hone in on the exact reason. First, we were in distance learning, the pandemic. There was a multitude of factors that we have to keep into account, but definitely it would be very interesting if we see the same data points as we take the assessments again and compare the data. So we have to keep all of that in mind. Behind every data point is a story, Trustee Chang, and I always go back to either grade level data, class level data, and student data to really find out what happened there.
Real quick, last question is this for middle school data shared with the high schools once they go on to the high school?
Yes, we do.
Trustee Berman.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad to see so much movement in the right direction for our students. I really enjoy looking at data, and for me, I mean, I was sort of jotting down some notes, and I wrote down exactly what you said. With every data point, there's a story, and it just makes me want to know so much more. And one of my questions, I just also wanted to put out there for anyone who's watching this, that in the board meeting 2 weeks ago, there were additional questions in the board question packet. And in that packet from 2 weeks ago, you will find the math pathways for middle school. And you can see how students performed along the math pathways, and also by school, by the subgroups of students too. And I found that really insightful. I had a question that I submitted, which was what percentage of students with disabilities took the iReady assessment? And it said 10% of students took the iReady assessment were students with disabilities. I guess my question was different. It was of the students who have disabilities, what percentage of them take the site test? Do you know the answer to that?
Sorry, I may have missed the last part. What percent of students that have disabilities
actually take this assessment?
So I actually did pull numbers to find out, right? Because data it says. So of all the students, we have 10% of the students that actually had students with disabilities on the iReady assessment. So when we pulled the numbers, it was 10%. So we have the same number, 10% of our students district-wide are students with disabilities, but 10% of the students took the assessment as well.
Got it. So when we look at the subgroup SED, we have to keep in mind that this is only 10% of the students that actually have disabilities. Is that what you're saying, that are taking this assessment?
So we have, for example, we had a total of 530 students that have IEPs, and only 14% of those kids do not have an iReady score. And the reasons could be multitude, depending on their IEP accommodations. It could also depend on whether they belong in, whether they're in the moderate to severe class, and if it's feasible for them to take the iReady assessment. So.
Got it. I think, the reason behind my questioning is, if we're really being thoughtful about the progress of our students, I also want to be mindful and really thoughtful around how we measure growth for our students with disabilities, and whether or not this is the right way for us to look at it, because sometimes it's not quite aligned to where our students are. And if the way it's being administered and feels like it's capturing their growth, then that's great. I just want to make sure we're looking at the right data for that subgroup of students.
Yeah.
I also wanted to note that a lot of our students are also starting the school year out above grade level, or at or above grade level. So if you look at the math pathways, our 0.2 students, or even just in the elementary, at the beginning of the year, you'll see a lot of students are already performing, I think the 30-some percent at grade level or above. So I'm wondering if how our schools or how our districts measure the growth for those students as well, because if that data is not quite teased out the way it is for the other levels, we have, they're sort of chunked together. So it would be really great to see, and maybe this is more of a comment too, but I'm curious about your response, how we can look at the growth of those students, because then those students like in the 7.2 have started at 100% and then at 100%, but I'm really curious about what growth they're experiencing too at their level.
Right. So we do track the data for each of our pathways and see how the kids did incoming. So when we present the data, it's more of an overview as well. But when the teachers look at the data or the departments look at the data, they also look at students, what level they were and that scaled score, or they came in at mid-8 or came in at mid-7 at the end of the year. How much did they move? And through the 3 diagnostics, how much did they move? So we were able to track data that way as well, in depth for students.
Thank you. I'll let someone else have a turn.
Well, so that ties into,
really quick.
Had a response. Yep.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add really quick. Yeah, I do want to update the figure on the statistic of how many students with disabilities are actually taking the assessment. And so I do want to update that for you. I don't have it right now, but I will get that. I do understand what you're asking, and it is different. So thank you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So let's see if I still have my train of thought. It's getting late at night. Oh, so in our strategic plan, one of the things that we talk about, and previously it was a board goal, was for every student to make at least 1 year of growth every year. I'm not sure if the typical annual growth measures that. Where are we? And I don't know that we had said we wanted it in the iReady assessment packet, but where are we measuring that? When will the board have information reported about that, and how is it being measured?
So iReady measures the typical growth for every student. So it's differentiated for each kid. For example, I'll explain a little bit more on typical growth, and then I'll talk about the process for 1 year's growth. So typical growth would be if I take the assessment and I take the first diagnostic, iReady says, oh, based on this diagnostic, based on what I see this student is doing, 17-point growth would help them be on par and their differentiated or their customized growth target. If I make 20-point growth, I am at par where a typical student at my level in my grade level should be. So that is what the typical growth means. Well, when we look at iReady and say, is that 1 year's of growth? Not, you can't say, because that year's growth would vary on where the kids are. If we really need to dig into 1 year's of growth, staff will have to pull every student's data individually and download that, and then make comparatives for every one of our 5,000 students by hand.
So if we're not using iReady to do it, I'm not mistaken, it literally is part of our strategic plan to have 1 year's growth for every child. So how will we be measuring that?
That is the way we can use with iReady as a standardized assessment to pull that data by hand and then make it scaled score. Yeah.
So we will be doing that.
Well, if that's directional, we'll make it happen.
Yes, that is exactly what we're doing with iReady. iReady is so what the assessment does is at the beginning of the year, it assesses kids on the full complement of tests, and it gives them a particular scale score. It then gives you what is your predicted scale score about what growth would look like if you were to make a year's worth of growth. And then as kids take the assessment, because it's a computer adapted test and it's measuring their actual growth, we're then able to measure to see whether or not the students have actually made that particular growth. That growth is the equivalent of 1 year's worth of growth. And those are the same reports that we send out to parents. And so that is how we are currently measured. Is why we brought on iReady. That's how we're actually measuring a year's worth of growth for all of our students.
So I would love to see, and it may be in the fall, obviously, a report on our progress towards that, because it is so central to kind of what we're focusing on, to know how we're, how we did this year, and then be able to compare it at the end of next year as well.
Right. And so what we've been showing is, earlier in the data, what we've been showing is the percent of students who have actually achieved that particular growth.
So you're going to use the typical annual growth measure.
Well, yeah, because that is, so the number of students who have met the typical amount of growth is the equivalent of 1 year's worth of growth that is predicted by iReady. And so what we're reporting now is these are the students who have met that minimum requirement. And then we can look to see how many kids have surpassed and how many kids have fallen below.
So I will say, as a parent who got the iReady reports for my child, it didn't talk in the iReady report to me about whether or not my child had made typical annual growth for the year.
So last year when we started using the assessments, and maybe we didn't send it out this year, I would have to, Shelley or John could attest. So there was a letter that talked about what the growth actually looked like. And so the language that they use is a little bit different than the language that we actually use. And I don't know if when we sent out the data that are actually, was it almost 2 years ago? I don't know if that was sent out the second time this year, and it sort of explained what the whole process is.
We got this. Okay, we got the student report that showed where they scored and how they did over the year. But there was nothing about what typical annual growth for my child would have been, and did they make that typical annual growth. There was information about whether or not they were on grade level.
So there is actually the bars that we see on the family report. There is a dotted line and there is a permanent line. Those are the lines that tell what the target for the student is. And if they move up the bar, that is that they've met their typical growth.
The target for the student or the target for the grade level?
It is actually individualized to the student.
Ah, okay.
So that's why the typical growth is is really honed in on every student, and it is a good measure to see if the child is making progress or not.
So if I'm having trouble understanding it, I'm sure we can work on how our parents get communication around it.
Yep.
I also, when I look at this data, I think about this is kind of like the high level overview of the information that's going to be used at every single school site to determine their school site plans for next year. It's going to drive our learning recovery plan. Like, I know there's a lot of digging into this information and work that's going to be done around it. In the past, when school site plans have been developed, we based them on the CASP results from the previous year. This year, we know that it was a very weird year, and we also will have a diagnostic assessment in the fall when students come in. Is there any consideration, is it possible to use that diagnostic assessment in the fall to drive our school site plans and instruction for the year instead of relying on data from the previous year?
So the date that the site plans are due is determined by the board. I mean, there's obviously requirements for when we get them done, but the previous board had requested that the site plans come a lot earlier. So I, and I know at one point there was frustration, at least from Trustee Coladinalo, that the reports would come later in the year after there's been a considerable amount of time. But I think that's definitely something that we can look at and sort of map out what the time frame is based off of when the assessment data is. Part of this also relies on sort of what the student turnover looks like. But if the board is comfortable with us pushing the approval of the site plans back, which typically occurs in October, to a little bit later to reflect the data that we would get at the beginning of the year, that would be perfectly fine. Obviously, it has to go through DLAC, Site Council, and PTA before we get there. And so we just want to make sure that they have enough time to actually utilize that data too.
I don't want to be prescriptive tonight. Trustee Blakely's like, nope. I have worked in schools that were highly effective, especially for low-income Spanish-speaking students, and the practice that we did there, and it might not be applicable here, was, yes, we used our CASP data from the previous year to look at where at each grade level and in each classroom teachers were really succeeding, and areas where teachers needed support in their teaching, or maybe to refocus some of their efforts as a teacher. But when we looked at the individual students, we did diagnostics at the beginning of the year and used that as a school site and for teachers to really drive our instruction and planning for the year. So I'm curious about what the timeline would be for that, because it's possible that could be very effective.
Right. So I think there are two. So these are actually two competing items that we're discussing and sort of on different tracks, right? So the one is what the overall school is going to do and how it's going to address, how it's going to allocate its budget to actually affect change within the school. And so that's sort of the site plan. The second is how teachers adjust the pacing guide and how they adjust curriculum in order to meet the needs of the students, and how that data is used through the RTI and SST process. And so, yes, our teachers do that exact same thing. When they get the data, they meet in data teams and they start working on that particular process. The site plan, though, is based off of the larger picture, saying, here are the needs that we're sort of seeing. And as a result of those particular needs, we believe that we need to do the following things to address student concerns.
Okay. I think I just would love more. Maybe what I want is more of a window into what's actually happening with the data analysis at the sites. Like when I look at all of this, I think about not just each subgroup, but the intersections of the subgroups. So, the RFEPs at this one school site did great. What is their breakdown by race and ethnicity? How many of those students are socioeconomically disadvantaged? Is there a trend there that we can see when we overlay these different subgroups in the data that tells us more of an actionable story? We get really big trends in this report, which I appreciate, and it's good for the public to have the really big trends and see the growth. But we have to make decisions as a board about funding for RTI. We have to make decisions about curriculum. And so I'm just trying to figure out the place where we get to dive into that information too, so we can make better policy decisions.
So I think, you know, again, there's these, so we allocate a set of funds towards the sites. And those funds are based off of the student populations, and they utilize those funds, you know, in a way that they see fit. And then the larger picture that you're talking about would be captured within these types of reports. And so the process for that would actually take place, you know, so normally what we do is we would present this data in the fall, and then we'll present more data about reclassification. And, you know, we sort of slice data in different types of ways, depending on how the board wants. And then as we head towards the budget season, which starts January, February, that is when you start to make adjustments based off of what we've seen from the data previously, as well as from what the trimester data has sort of shown us. And so for the board, that is where you get the biggest bang for your buck to say, you know, is this particular program working, or, you know, how do we know what the efficacy level of this is with these set of teachers, or what is the effectiveness of this particular program on this sort of subset? And we try our best to try and figure out a way to answer those particular questions. The sites, though, are really, you know, they get, if we get them, you know, $100, we give them $25. And so what they're doing with that $25, because 75 goes to staffing and all these other things, they're taking that $25 and they're saying, at my site, I got to focus on discipline, or I got to focus on this. And so I think under normal circumstances, where we're normally in this cycle, it would start with this presentation, which would have occurred at the beginning of the year. And then we would continue that process, because every year we update the LCAP too. So it would continue, and we try to track the trends of what we're hearing from trustees into the budget cycle, so we can make adjustments to the LCAP.
Right, but the school site plans used to include a goal around student literacy. It often was focused on SEDs or ELs, and math also focused on subgroups. And so that's why, if that money is being allocated in the school site plan, and it's about targeting students around academic achievement, I do see the iReady reports that we get as a tool to help me understand those school site plans.
Right, but you got to remember, normally we're not using iReady. So normally site plans are based off of CAS scores.
Right.
And so what occurred is when we did iReady, when we transitioned over to iReady, the first year was 2019, 2020.
Right. Yeah, I know.
So we never finished the full implementation, and then
we don't even have a base year. This is our base year, and it was distance learning. So I get it. It's going to be crazy. I guess I'm trying to set an expectation as a board member for the depth of the information that I would like to be able to see to help me understand what's going on, and to make good decisions.
So what we can do, there's a process that's been outlined that we haven't used in over a year, that outlines what the site plan process is, because we updated it about 2 years ago. And it was based primarily off of this, right? Trustees felt like, you know, I sit there, you're given, the board is given all these presentations at once, and then we just, you know, essentially bludgeon you to death with presentation after presentation after presentation after presentation after presentation. And the new process includes the opportunity for trustees to meet with the site principal and the team to talk about why a particular site is utilizing funds in this particular way, and what data is actually informing those particular things. And I think now that we've fully used iReady in a cycle, it's definitely something that we can include and add into the process. And I think what we can do, what I'll do over the summer with the team, and, you know, is really sit down and look at what other adjustments we can make if that's where the board wants to go. Because ultimately we want the site process, the site plan process to work. What we don't like is, you know, the first person up, the first principal up, gets all of the questions, and whoever comes last, sort of skates through, because nobody wants to ask them any questions because they're just tired. And that's why we would create the process. But how about what I can do is over the summer, I'll make a note now. I'll pull the process up. We'll make sure that at the retreat we have in August, we review the process. And if there are specific things that you're looking for as we go through that site plan approval process, we can definitely add it. But I think those individual meetings at the particular site are really going to be the most informative ones. And I think they will address your concerns. And it gives you more time, at least I know some of you took advantage of it. It gives you a lot more time to sit down with the principal and with central office staff to really focus in on what's taking place, as opposed to the board meeting where I think we had like 10 minutes per presentation and you just had so many questions. And so like I said, I'll make a note to pull that and then we'll talk about what the process is.
Thank you. Trustee Berman.
So one of the things I just thought of as we talked about the school site plans is that, the plans have to be presented to school site council, and then the ELAC looks at the data too. Is that something that I was the school site council president, and something that I experienced is that our parents who are in these volunteer roles and these leadership roles could really use some training and some norming, and to really help them understand what this data means, and then how to empower them to think about their data and the resources at their school site to make really informed decisions that empower our parent leaders. So something that I think also, I've looked at this data for, I would say, hours and a long time. So I imagine that parents who don't have this background, and when there's also a language barrier, I imagine that it just takes a little bit of time to go through this data. So I think I think for our parent leaders, it would be really terrific to have some sort of training in their roles, and also training on how significant this opportunity is for them to work with their principal on designing this plan. So that was the first thing. And now I feel like I've sort of moved on to comments, right? I don't know if that was a question. So
can I just point out one thing? Again, it's been a while since we've done this, but typically what happens is that the principals have a smaller data presentation where they go through these particular items with the site and spend a lot more time with each one of the stakeholder groups sort of going over. We translate that. I know at the time, Ms. Director Smith's, team, and now Director Chain's team would spend a lot of time making sure that the ELACs and DLACs could understand and access the information. And then I know that each one of the principals spend a lot of time going through. I can't attest to what the training actually looks like for principals. I think they do a good job of making sure, but we, again, when we bring back this site plan process, what I can do is I can ask a couple principals to sort of share, to provide us with some illustrative examples of what they take people through, so that you can sort of understand the process from start to finish. Just because it's not something that we normally bring to the board about what they do, but I think it'll be pretty informative. And then obviously you'll be able to see if as a representative for DLAC, you'll be able to see Director Chang take DLAC through that also.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions from trustees, we'll move to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9. Seeing as there's no public comment at this time, are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Just two quick comments. One is that in future iReady reports, I think it'd be really interesting if we, in addition to the data we get right now, if there was another data set of just showing us students who have been with the district from kindergarten on, and so that we're seeing longitudinal data. I mean, there's two ways we can get really digestible longitudinal data. One would be is if we're just looking at a subset of kids who have been with us the whole time. which is actually a considerable number of our kids who stay in the district from kindergarten to middle school. Another way to do it would be is, if in addition to the data we get right now, we get a sampling of kids and that we follow without anonymously, right? Like we don't, without a name identifier, we get the reports of how they were doing each year so that we can see that those samples of kids over time. Because what we do is when we only get the aggregate data, there's some anomalies then, right? Like for example, when parents look at the kindergarten iReady scores and then look at first, second grade, and when they've seen that kind of precipitous drop, my prediction is a lot of that has to do with changing in families, kids leaving the district. That's my guess. I don't know if to prove that, but I think that if there's some way we can address the issue of shifting demographics of kids, shifting enrollment, and then something that President Connolly, you mentioned about our strategic goal about making year-on growth. Something I said at the retreat, but I just continue to urge our colleagues to think about what if we shifted our approach, instead of trying to make growth on every single year. What if we targeted like two critical points that a lot of research shows is essential, and that is being on level to read in third grade, so being able to learn to read, switching from learning to read to learn, and then algebra, which is basically our iReady kind of like we look at that eighth grade level. Like if we targeted those two areas and said that we expect all students to be at grade level in reading on third grade, and we expect all students to be on level in algebra when they go to getting ready for high school, I think that puts all our focus into two critical strategic points, rather than kind of spreading all our energies across K-8. So I just kind of continue to put that out there. It's the same goal of us wanting all students to succeed, but I think that there's a lot of power in us saying we are going to target two areas and we're going to shoot for 100% in those two areas. I think it could be an interesting conversation piece. Thank you.
Trustee Blakely.
I was just going to say, I appreciate the suggestion that Trustee Chang just made. I think this is where we were a few years ago, maybe not with a focus on third grade reading and eighth or ninth grade, seventh or eighth grade algebra, but we were looking at fifth grade and we were looking at eighth grade, and we were just trying to track all the kids that started with the district and then finished through fifth grade. We were doing this and I just remember Director Smith showing these grids of how we were going to track these kids. And I think we came across this 1 year's growth, in 1 year. And my understanding is that we are tracking this. I mean, it's maybe hard to distill in these, overview reports that we get, but the teachers are tracking it, the principals are tracking it. And the 1 year's growth in 1 year's time was part of the way that we felt we could make up for the kids that came in, because we're responsible for all our kids, not just the ones that were here, from kindergarten on. And so this was a kind of an evolution of how we looked at this, and perhaps Director Dagger or Dr. Rudolph can chime in a little bit further. But I appreciate what you're saying, but I think that was kind of how we arrived where we are now. And just one other comment, I'm super pleased by the growth that we made. I feel like we've made good, solid growth, and in this tremendously kind of unique year with the distance learning. That's just my overall comment. I'm just really pleased overall. And I'm looking forward to more next year, especially with the customized supports that we'll be putting in place with the extra money that we're getting and the lessons that we've learned from this year. So.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so Trustee Blakely articulated a lot of my opinions and my thoughts. So I've been around that third grade, eighth grade dynamic, for a long time, just as you have, Trustee Chang. And I believe that the way you get there is by making at least 1 year of growth in every year. So, putting most of your attention into those two, spotlight years, I think is not as effective as the way that we decided to do it now. So I agree with, and I'm thrilled with the language. Been talking about this for a long time. I want to see, the goal. Every child makes at least 1 year of growth every year. So that's what I want to see. And I want to also say for myself that I have heard the pronunciation of your name about 8 different ways. Will you tell us how you pronounce your last name?
Sure, it's Dagger.
Dagger, like okay.
Dagger.
Okay, thank you. So I am extremely impressed with the work you've done this year and the charts you've made for us. And I also want to say how much I appreciate, we often kind of pat ourselves on the back and talk about the trustees did this and the administration did this and then the teachers did this. The students did this. So I appreciate you saying that in one of your beginning comments.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Trustee Berman. Oh, you're muted.
So just a final thought of mine. I think that we definitely need to acknowledge the discrepancy in results between our Hispanic students and our other subgroups or other groups of students. And it's significant and it continues. And I would love for our board meetings to reflect the priority that we need to place on these students. And it could be because there's just a lot of time right now spent on Measure T and perimeter control, and there's the pandemic. There's just so much going on, and it just feels like the way our meetings are run every couple of weeks that we lose those students and we lose those families, and we see them when this data comes up. So I'd love for the actions of the board and the time we spend on the board is all students matter, yes. But when you look at that data, we have to do something about it. And I think if we don't spend more time doing deeper dives, like President Conley said, we want to look through the window of what's happening. We want to hear from families. Like if we don't devote the time as a board to listen and to understand and to think about all of the programs that we've just approved to fund, and we're pouring this money into our schools to, for the most part, really address the needs that these students have and the unfinished learning. I think it would be a real disservice to continue to run our board meetings the way we've always run them. And we need to look really carefully at the programs that we've approved, and if there's opportunity to renew these programs because more money comes our way, that would be terrific. But I really want us to make informed decisions, and I really want us to pay a close attention to the students that this data is showing really needs it. That's not to say other students are not important. That's definitely not it. We just need to really move the needle on how these students are doing academically and social and emotionally. So, thank you.
And just to piggyback off of that, and then Trustee Blakely, so that when we have our board retreat in the fall, something that I'm interested in our board doing and something we haven't done while I've been on the board is a board self-evaluation, because there is research and information about highly effective boards, and most of it focuses on how much boards are actually addressing in their meetings student achievement. And it feels like this year that hasn't, not for any lack of everyone working on student achievement in the district, but we've been making a lot of mask or no mask, and we've had a lot of decisions that aren't necessarily tied directly to student achievement in the same way. So I'm looking forward to that discussion. Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Chang.
I just wanted to say I concur with what you're saying, Trustee Berman. And I feel like we have been focusing on that over the years, maybe not as much as we should have. We have made a lot of progress at least since the time that I joined the board. And I was really excited in the 2019-20 or that we were going to really do well last year, and then COVID happened. And so, as you point out, we spent a lot of time talking about masks. We had to. I mean, sometimes you have to pivot, but I'm really excited about getting back on track this coming year. And I feel the energy from the district too. I think I'm not alone. I think we're all in this together. And but I agree with what you're saying. So let's do it.
Trustee Chang.
I so appreciate what Trustee Berman said about just like aligning with our priorities, and I wonder when we look at aligning with priorities, I think all of us agree with this. Is less about how much board time. It's not like a proportional like allotment of board time will equal allotment of increase in performance, but it's our role as district leaders on are we helping ensure that the district leadership's allocation of time corresponds with the priorities? So like, whenever we do, this is my second time around with the facilities bond, like whenever we get into this facility bonds, it sucks out all the air in the room. And it seems like the minute the air returns to the room, all of a sudden we're on another bond. And so it's like, I think that some of these things that we've been reacting to, I wonder if our role is really how can we steer the strategic vision to match what Trustee Berman was saying? And so it's less about, is our time corresponding to academic achievement? It's more, what are we doing to ensure that district leadership staff can allocate their time to achievement and not being sucked up by community issues and things like that kind of take up a lot of people's time on. But I really, it was a beautiful, I'm really excited and inspired by what Trustee Berman just said. Thank you.
All right, if there are no further comments from trustees, thank you, Ms. Dagger, for your presentation this evening. We were very excited to have it. We tried to get here so we could do it. Thank you for answering all of my questions and the board for tolerating them. We will now move on to our next agenda item, which is item 10, board updates. Are there any board updates? I will be emailing mine in.
So President Conley, I hope you, I've heard lots of exciting things about you, in the press and in CSBA, and I would request that you provide us a live update.
I'll do just a quick update. The California School Board Association is doing some spotlighting of trustees across the state and the work that trustees have done during the school year, or during the pandemic in particular. And they were kind enough to include me as one of those spotlights. And so we filmed here at Castro and Mistral Elementary Schools and focused on the work that the Digital Equity Coalition has done this year across the county to try and get students online, and the work we're doing at the state level. And this morning, the Digital Equity Coalition had our very first press conference, which I have learned a great deal about how to prepare a press kit now and all of the things that go into that. And so feel free to check that out on our Facebook live stream. It was facebook.com Digital Equity Coalition. And you can find that live streamed press conference, but we're advocating in support of Governor Newsom's $7 billion budget proposal to expand broadband across the state. Unfortunately, when it went to the legislature, the budget, there was a lot of feedback and input from internet service providers and telecoms that kind of gutted that proposal. And the legislature voted to approve that budget. And now the governor and the legislature are going to negotiate what actually happens with the budget. And so we're trying to beef up that broadband spending. Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Yes, Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to say, I think several of us attended the chamber the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce's Celebration of Leaders event this evening, in which Dr. Rudolph was honored and gave a very gracious speech that I understand may be posted on YouTube tomorrow and linked to the district's website. So thank you for all your leadership. And he very graciously shared it with the entire district. So kudos.
It was wonderful. What I could garner. I had trouble with my tech. All right, if there are no further updates, we'll move on to item 11, items for future agendas. Dr. Rudolph, were there any items submitted for future agendas?
No, there were none for this one.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I actually talked with Trustee Berman a couple weeks ago, and, with the recognition that, this end of the year has just been, like a tidal wave. But I'd like to request that sometime in the fall, before we do placement for the new school year, that we have a discussion or a presentation or something regarding the children who are not quite ready for the grade level that they are assigned to by age. So either children who don't want to start kindergarten, or this is a perennial problem, not just under COVID, but I've always been troubled by the idea that some school districts force kids into a grade that their parents don't think is appropriate. And then I compare it to, some of the, more open schools that, it's almost the opposite, where they're mixed grades, and, you participate in the academic and social grouping that, is appropriate for your child. So I literally do not know right now, because we've had different strategies at different points in time while I've been on the board. I don't know what happens if a parent wants to hold their child out of kindergarten. So are they forced to send their child to first grade if they went to preschool? What happens with that? And maybe there's some sort of testing. I know that happens in some places. So I'd like to have a discussion about this and understanding about this. So, and I'm hoping that other trustees are interested as well.
So Trustee Wheeler, I think the only thing is that when we updated our bylaws, I think we changed the bylaws on the trustee proposed agenda items to having them be emailed in and then presented for a vote in that format. Am I wrong, Dr. Rudolph? Can we vote on this, or does it violate our bylaws?
Technically the bylaws said that you would submit it. I think the challenge here is there is no next meeting. So ultimately the board can, you can use your discretion to make an adjustment in this case, which I think is perfectly fine. So that's up to y'all. We just probably need to understand a little bit more about what specifically we're looking for, and whether or not staff needs to prepare for this, because obviously that's an allocation of time, and right before the start of the school year.
And so that's why I said in the fall. I don't mean in August. I mean, sometime before, this next flood of students are registering for whatever grades they're going to be in February. So, a large time span of, when it would be relatively convenient to have a presentation and a discussion like this.
Well, Trustee Berman, you look like you have something to add.
No, I also just wanted to add, Thank you. Thank you for bringing this up. We were also, when we chatted, we were also just, Trustee Wheeler is our go-to when it comes to preschool. And so I had just so many questions about our own preschool. And I think that's part of the conversation too. So I think for me, it's sort of a yes and in terms of my interests. I would also just love to learn more about our preschool. And I'm sure that it was highly impacted with the pandemic. And as far as I understand, there's some changes coming down the line with preschool and policies in our state. So I'm also, curious, like all of that together too, what we need to start thinking about.
So I have an idea, which I think is that there are a lot of things that we're interested in for the coming school year that we haven't gotten to talk about in a while, and we're not sure where things are or how things are going. Would it be possible for trustees to email because I anticipate, Trustee Wheeler and Trustee Berman, that you aren't the only ones who have things that you're really interested in making sure we dive into. Would it be possible for you to email those to Dr. Rudolph and I? And it could be that we put it in a future vote in a board proposed agenda item moment earlier in the year, or it could be that it's something that we put we add that as an agenda item at our retreat, the future board agenda items. And by then everybody will, because I'm hoping we can have a retreat pretty early in the year, everyone will have emailed theirs in, and then we can kind of go through the list and have, we'll also have the governance calendar then, so we can figure out when things would fit and what is a priority and what isn't. Does that seem like an okay process to
does.
take?
It does. And I would like to say, who knows what's going to happen? But I sent everybody, including Superintendent Rudolph and Terry Kemper, this EdSource article today. And if you haven't read it, please do, where the reporter was describing just this mishmash of, what's going on with early childhood education. So on the one hand, Trustee Berman, it seemed like maybe we were going towards universal transitional kindergarten, and now there's, so maybe it's, even too early to have this conversation. But so yes, President Conley, I agree with your proposal.
All right, let's shoot for that then. Because I think other people have ideas maybe when they've had some sleep too. Our item 11, our future board meeting dates, we will see everyone back on August 12th, September 9th, September 23rd. Those are our upcoming board meetings. I hope everyone has a wonderful, restful, safe, quiet, and uneventful summer. And the same for all of our staff. I know many of them work over the summer, but I hope that they are able to get some rest and prepare for this new year that we have coming in. It's going to be a different year. All right, on that note, we will adjourn at 11:22 p.m.